to see the next one. And unfortunately, a lot of my friends, they didn't, from my neighborhood when I was younger, like a lot of them didn't, a lot of them succumbed to the neighborhood, So yeah, I'm always super humble just to be still going, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and trying to facilitate transferring the information to help other people keep going. Like you can't win the game if you're not in it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's a big thing. So yep, fresh air, clean water, God is, I'm quantumly entangled with the big homie, so yeah.
Well, we got a lot of birthday cakes in the chat here in Hotepistan. You know what I'm saying?
I
So,
appreciate that. Listen, a new book dropped on my birthday. You know,
another one.
yeah, a new book
Which one is this?
So the American Healer Files, um, Volume 2, right? But the American Healer Files kind of grew out of yeah, I can't even begin to explain it, like, but we kind of got our own like secret society now. So we got our own degrees, our own initiatory process, you know what I'm saying? So we didn't organically created our own system of initiation, and people are, really enjoying it. So we did, and so it's volume 1 and volume 2 with the different degrees in it. And the degrees system is built around biochemistry, neurochemistry. The temple obviously is the body, so it's a fun way for people to really get the information on a whole nother level. And yeah, people are really digging it, enjoying it. So it's a beautiful thing.
That's what's up. New book out. Dr. Inky. Check it out on Amazon. American Healer Volume 2. Shout out to Skinny Kenny with the gifted. Appreciate you.
I know some
Dollar
folks gonna
sign.
put it in.
What's your cash app?
$ Minister Inky. Yeah. Will sing or dance for cash.
Will Coon for cash.
Man, come on now.
There it is. Dollar sign Minister Inky. I just put in the chat. Guys want to show him some birthday love. I'm sure he would appreciate it. We
Yo, I
have
gotta show you some birthday love though. Let me show you some birthday love for my birthday.
what? Why?
Check this out. I was so sad. I was so sad, and then I got so happy, like back to back. It was amazing. So for my birthday, because I mean, everybody doesn't know, but I've been reluctant to pay that little $8.
For
Listen,
for the Twitter?
listen. HJ been trying to get me to really dig into this Twitter space, and I signed up. You know what I'm saying? I felt like, I'm on here now. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm on here. And so, I got on there, and then, ain't nothing really happened because so, I done started posting now. You know what I'm saying? I done got me some short video clips and all that. So I felt like I was doing something. You know what I'm saying? But certain features is blocked and all that. So, HJ is like, yeah, I don't know what's up with your, because he trying to help me tutor me on so he like, no, you supposed to click this and then this supposed to pop up. I'm like, nah, that ain't popping up on mines, bro. That's something wrong with mine. See, this is why I mess with these. Come to find out, he's a member, a real member. I'm like one of the, I didn't understand that Elon has created distance between the actual members and, the freeloaders, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't realize I was in the freeloader space. So my birthday came around. I said, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and treat me to a full blown Twitter experience. I'm gonna sign up. I'm gonna pay the little $8 a month. I'm not gonna commit to the yearly payment though. I'm gonna try this little $8 a month and see how this go. I'm gonna dip my toe in the water, you know. And so I signed up and I did my live stream, right? And when I did my live stream, in my mind, and I don't know why, because this is absolutely incorrect in the wrong way that I was supposed to be thinking, but I don't know what I was thinking. But I'm thinking like, oh yeah, I'm going crazy because my YouTube videos, I get about after a day or two, I max out somewhere around 700, 800, maybe 900, on a good video. So I'm thinking, okay, I'm about to tap into the Twitter space. I know I'm about to give me an extra little two, three, we about to break 1,000, you know what I'm saying? I'm about to have 80, 90 in the live stream. I'm about to go crazy. So none of that happens. In fact, yeah, none of that happens. You know what I'm saying? So, in fact, what actually happens is after the video is over, and I'm thinking, you know what I'm saying? It's the day before my birthday, live stream, you know what I'm saying? Sunday, Minister Icky, Sunday school, it's supposed to be. So I'm thinking, hold up, the magic supposed to, you know what I mean, kick in. I'm supposed to have what, there's supposed to be heat right here. The video was good, the info was crazy. I'm like, nah, we supposed to go. So let me give it a day or so and see how this happened. My birthday came around. I looked at the YouTube numbers. I'm like, what the happened to my YouTube numbers? This is crazy. My joint was lower as the lowest video performance of 2025. I'm like, wait, what? What has happened? That damn Elon done what? So then I said, you know what? Let me go and check on the Twitter and see how well the live stream did on Twitter. And so when I went on to the Twitter, let me see how much views it got now. Let me see. What is it still there? Yeah, the Twitter went so I was sad, right? I was sad because I thought you know what I'm saying? I didn't know what happened. Man, I went on Twitter. That thing had 3,000 views. I was like, oh, this is crazy. I love HJ. Yeah,
You
because
want the good or the bad news?
oh man. I don't think I want no news associated with this. Don't you tell me nothing. I just want to stay relatively ignorant right now. Ignorance is bliss. I just want to be, yeah, I just want to be, because I seen you pushed it out. I seen you pumped it out. So I know that there's some steroids is involved with that five, because now it's 5,000 views on that video. But what I'm saying is, on the YouTube, I probably would have maxed out on a good day somewhere around 900. So what I realized was the numbers was extremely low because a lot of people watched it on, Twitter. Yeah, a lot of people watched it on Twitter. I didn't realize that people that was watching me on YouTube already had Twitter. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna say like the missing 400 or 500 people, they saw it over there, and then the other, I don't know, X amount of thousand people, 4,000 people, those is just Hotepistan maniacs that done came through because you told them to. That's the steroid. That's the shot in the butt. You know what I'm saying? That's the steroids right there. So yeah, so I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I had to give you some birthday love for my birthday because I was happy about. Yeah.
Well, that's what's up. That's what I'm happy for you, man. I'm just gonna keep the bad news to myself. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, because you're trying to rain on my parade. I told you I was sad first and then happy second. So that's like if you eat some food and it don't taste good at first, but it leave you with a good taste in your mouth. I just want to stay with that good taste in my like. Yeah, yeah. Just don't rain on Debbie Downer. Don't you? Yeah.
We gonna leave it at that. We gonna leave it at that. I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna say nothing. We'll wait till next week. Her dude said can't confirm the Hotep Stimmy is undefeated. It is undefeated. It is undefeated. We
Yes.
spread love. We spread love in Hotepistan. Make sure everybody
H
get their
H
views up.
now watch how fast the folks get angry with me. HJ is like the classic Drake. They're like, hold up, we don't do Drake in Hotepistan, Inky. We done told you that before already. Listen, Drake was passing out them stimmies. Get that Drake feature, you out of here. So for the people that don't like Drake, just know in your heart, I mean that in the best possible way.
All right, we gonna let it slide this time.
Yeah,
It's your
yeah. Don't
birthday
bring me
week,
up on
so
charges. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't
we
bring me
can't
up
we
on
can't bring you up on charges this week. It's his
man.
birthday. No Hotep court for Inky this week. It's his birthday. We're gonna have to let him slide. Next week's a different story though. We on your
Don't try
bucket
to
next
bring
week.
these up next week either. This is all a part of this my past.
These charges may apply next week. That Drake that Drake reference is it's egregious. It's egregious. We just got the Diddy trials up right now, and they saying that the jury done came to a verdict on two through five charges. They gotta figure out the first one, the RICO. They'll be back tomorrow 9 a.m. So Hotep Court might ensue next week. We
Let
might
me
have to take,
ask you,
huh?
what you think is gonna happen with Diddy?
I don't know. I don't know. The fact that this is kind of quick that they came to conclusions. So I thought that the longer it goes, the more likely he is to walk. And if they come to a quick conclusion, the more likely he is to go to jail. So,
I thought exactly the opposite.
yeah,
Did you follow along with the case loosely or up to?
loosely.
Okay. So here's how I look at it. If the prosecution puts together a really good ironclad case, I would say the faster they come back to their verdict, the worse it is for you. But
Yeah,
if the
right.
prosecution puts together a very flimsy case, then I would say the faster they come to their conclusion, the better it is for you. And in this situation, the prosecution put together a super flimsy case.
I
Yeah,
thought I thought the case was pretty flimsy. I agree
yeah,
with that.
it's super flimsy. Like they got the crazy part of it is okay. So I'm from New York, right? I'm from the Bronx. Back in the days when Puff was making his initial move to create a label, my brother had a group and they was a part of that movement. You know what I'm saying? Now a lot of stuff was going on, so my brother and them they couldn't really rock with, but my brother was down with that movement, so I was around. You know what I'm saying? When Biggie said at Howard Homecoming with my man Capone drum, like we was there with Bad Boy at Howard Home at the classic Howard Homecoming. I was there with Biggie and Putt, like as a little one. You know what I'm saying? Like so, I'm saying from that lens, you know what I'm saying, to where my high school partner was Puffy's main assistant through the whole J Lo situation and all that. Shout out to my man Phil. So just knowing people that have been closely involved with Puff, right? And I'm only giving those details, right? Just to say, under no circumstances should what I'm saying be misconstrued as me saying that Puffy is a innocent man. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying from watching the whole thing up close and personal from the beginning, the whole rise to fame and all that. Puffy is by no stretch of the imagination an innocent man. But the way that the system is designed, right? You got to judge him based on the charges presented and the evidence presented based on those charges. And from the beginning of the case with the public, like the besmirching of the reputation and all, like none of what we thought was going on was even presented. Like there's no minors and Wow, like there's no evidence of any of that been presented. Nobody's even been called to question about any of these allegations about minors and Illuminati situation. Like none of that stuff that we was all hearing in the media initially. None of all of that vanished. It seemed like all of that vanished when Jay-Z took Homeboy to court and got him disbarred from New York and all that. All that minor law, all that just vanished. So none of that came into the court. And then all of these videotapes that Puffy was supposed to had using the videos. So I don't know if people remember, but the whole premise of the whole thing was Puffy was forcing these people to do these sexual acts because he was threatening everybody with these videos that he had in the stash to release these blackmail videos, and he was blackmailing his way through Hollywood and blackmailing artists and blackmailing everybody. Well, they haven't found any videos. Like there are no videos. There's no videos. The only videos associated with the case are the videos that Cassie made. Cassie made and kept all of the videos as personal mementos where she is enjoying herself in the videos doing all what she's doing. So that right there creates a whole nother narrative like, hold up, Puff ain't got no videos? Wait, Cassie is the victim, ain't she? What's she doing with all the videos? And if she was forced to do all these things and it's traumatic, why would she save these? Why would she save these video? Like what is happening right now? You know what I'm saying? And so I just think that the case they put together is flimsy, is crazy. There's no RICO because nobody else has even been questioned about being a part of any crimes because everybody that's a part of these situations said they volunteered and they was having a good time. Even all Cassie text messages, she's organizing everything. And sometimes she's putting together plays when Puff is at work, and he like, "Hey, what's going on?" She's like, "Oh, I'm over here doing I'm putting together a freak off and whoop whoop whoop, and I miss you, but you ain't around, so yeah, we doing." So it just I don't know. The charges don't look like now. I'm a domestic violence survivor. Like that's one of the reasons why I have sole custody of my children, right? Because that didn't go so well in our court case, me and their mom, that she's right. So I take domestic violence very serious. So do I think, like I said, is Puffy innocent? Absolutely not. You know what I'm saying? But did Puffy traffic kids on airplanes to rape people and blackmail them with sex videos and all like that? They haven't
He
presented that.
traffic adults.
You know what?
They
When
got
you
the
break
Amex. They
down,
got the Amex receipts.
yeah, but it's more than Amex receipts because you got to break when you. I was agreeing with that.
Distribution of drugs.
Hold on. I was agreeing with all that for a minute. And then I realized that the legal definitions are different than the definitions of us in the public, right? There's a whole lot of other pieces that they got to put together to go with trafficking humans. Like just paying for people to get on planes, is not necessarily trafficking people, especially if you create a narrative where we're just swingers because there are like swingers, there are sex clubs, there are people that have other, like in the conscious community, you got a bunch of people that's polygynous, you got a bunch of people that's the other thing, what's the polyamorous, like you got, Kanye was making songs about being in an open sexual relationship with Kim. He said the only curse of monogamy is if you don't tell me what you get permission or something he was saying. But I'm just saying, like, there's different relationships people are having nowadays. Will and Jada had an open situation for a little while till Jada went crazy, started having sex with her kids, buddies, and all. Like so it's different now. You know what I'm saying? Like people are having different types of relationships, and as long as adults agree, like it's I don't know. It's a slippery slope, bro. It's a slippery slope. You got to prove. And everybody was saying they was having a good time and they volunteered. And a lot of people were saying they hope he get off so they could kind of like folks was looking like they ready to get back to that. Like so how I mean what let's so I don't know, bro. It looked crazy, bro. It looked crazy. And then even after Cassie got the new baby father, she was still going back to I don't know. It's wild, bro. So I just don't think like I think for the domestic violence, I think maybe some of them drug charges, like but those are all very minor charges. Those are not 40 years in prison type of charges. You know what I'm saying? Those are like 2, 3 years, maybe a program, little rehab here and there. You know what I'm saying? Puffy be good as new in about 5 to 10. You know what I'm saying? Like Puffy be good as new in 5 to 10. You know what I'm saying? Like unfortunately, domestic violence and drug use go hand in hand, and they're very popular in our community. You know what I'm saying? Like this, for people to act like they don't know about no, like domestic violence, like I said, I'm a survivor. I know the statistics. You know what I'm saying? Like almost every single black person coming out of the inner city has experienced domestic violence, whether watching their parents go through it, being the aggressor, having it happen to them, like on different scales. You don't have to be getting a black eye or get hit, get stabbed or something to experience domestic violence. You know what I'm saying? Like it's levels to it. And a lot of time we don't take it serious. When I was young, me and one of my close friends, we even shared our, like birthdays, because his birthday was like, I think the day before mine or something like that. And he had a bunch of children. I had a bunch of children. We both had a lot of children young. So that also like singled us out. And then we had crazy baby mamas, you know what I'm saying? And there's a time period where we used to discuss it and laugh about it, like it was cute. Like, yo, these, Caribbean women, how these Caribbean women, they crazy, but they good in the bed, like we thought it was, and then as we got older, things get unfortunately, it's a disease, it's a sickness. It gets worse over time. So it's not something where, like people can allow it to like you can't stay in a relationship with a person and think it's going to get better. It's not going to get better. It's a process in their brain that they can't help. So even if they intend on not doing it or nah, that was just this or that, like it's going to get worse because it's how they process things. It's a part of how they process things. It's a part of their mind. You know what I'm saying? So you really got to get out of there, But he died. You know what I'm saying? And him dying, his baby mother stabbed him in the chest and killed him eventually. You know what I'm saying? And that was an inspiration for me. One of the inspirations for me to go ahead and get out of my, get out of the crib with my children's mom and because I have 10 children. People are like, yo, Inky, you got a lot of children, but I don't have like the conscious, like I'm not future. I don't have 10 children with 10 women. You know what I'm saying? I have 8 children with one woman that I was married to. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's not, but she was, she was an interesting individual. She was an interesting individual. You know what I'm saying? She was good at making the babies, not much else. You know what I'm saying? But him passing away, that was an inspiration for me to like a wake up call. Like, bro, you done had some close calls yourself. How long you going? You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of times people don't realize it because it's break up to make up energy, and it's like you don't realize it. And sometimes you don't like it's you stay in a relationship. It might be too long. You know, you might wind up not making it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't take the domestic violence portion lightly, but I do know Cassie was. violent. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that was a two-way scenario. They was like high school kids in a way, mixed in with all them hard drugs. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't trying to spend all night talking about Puff, but I just don't think that the charges that they presented on him have been proved. I think they definitely proved in a lot of ways that maybe he's a slime ball or maybe just a junkie, a rich. We don't think that rich people are junkies. Like we don't really understand that junkies or crackheads or dope fiends, like we don't understand the millionaire junkies, billionaire dope fiends. Like, but we live in that age now. We live in an age where there are billionaire dope fiends. So I hope that he gets the help he needs. You know what I'm saying? Because he definitely needs help. Like you don't go from going to jail doesn't cure you. It may dry you up, sober you up because you're in the space that you're in, but it only makes things worse and more intense should he get out. You know what I'm saying? He needs help. Cassie needs help. Running to get pregnant by some dude that don't help. She's still her. She even though she did go to sex rehab. You know what I'm saying? She did go to sex rehab. So she's a confessed sex addict. So how is it that a confessed sex addict, like I'm saying, it just the case just is the deeper you look at the case, it's like, come on, man. Puff is guilty of some things, but he's not supposed to get no 40 years for having a lot of wild sex. And then on the science side of things, you got a 22-year-old sex addict. And Puffy at 45 years old. What y'all thought he was going to do with that? That he was doing his best to help to keep up with that. He was hiring some young studs so she can work through some of that energy. And then when she get almost finished, then he come on in at the end. You know what I'm saying? Like he was trying to hold on. Viagra can't replace your heart. His heart wasn't capable of keeping up with that young girl. So, like I don't know. We got to give Puff a break. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a terrible individual. But I don't think he's supposed to get 40 or 50 years.
All right. Well, we gonna see. Shout out to Markel. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Shout out to Sacred. Appreciate you, Sacred. Me and Sacred had it out earlier. He was like, "Nigga, don't shout me out now." Let's take a look at this first
Oh,
video.
ho. Wait a minute.
What happened?
I'm interested in a little bit of Hotepistan gossip.
Yeah, no, Sacred came in my Hotep Jesus live, and
That's how it usually happens.
he was
The
showing me some.
YouTube or the.
No, I don't do YouTube. I don't do YouTube. Kick. We was on Kick earlier today, and
That's what I meant.
he,
Kick or Twitter.
We was on Kick, and yeah, he sent me a heart emoji talking about how well I helped him out in his life, and he included a heart emoji. He said he can't wait to meet me, and I told him it's a little too much
Whoa.
love.
Wait a
And he
minute.
sent
What?
a red heart emoji, and I was like, you can't send another man a red heart emoji. You got it.
Why not?
It's gay. I'm sorry, that's gay.
Nah, I'm on Sacred side, bro. You
Nah,
was
we don't. No.
you was wilding. But you know what? That's because see, y'all got to try out those herbs that he has, and then y'all got to give HJ a break. His hormone, he's at an extra high aggressive, he's zooped up on them herbs. So he it's all right.
I'm doped up on that Apex. I be dumping the
Yeah.
Apex.
He's zooped up on that. Yeah, come on. It's a few of them herbs in there that got him on. His testosterone is through the roof. So you gotta the red heart emoji might have sent him the wrong signal. But I'm with Sacred. I think that men nowadays, because of the onslaught of the chakra culture, we had to, and I'm part of the people that invented the pause, the pause. We invented that as a way to defend ourselves against what was happening around us. You know what I'm saying? So I'm in total in agreement with your perspective of making sure that boundaries are clearly enforced.
Yes.
But I think that men need to be able to say, you know, I love you. You know what I'm saying? You help me. I love you. You know what I'm
No,
saying? There's no yes,
no.
yes, yes. Men need to be able to
I
say I
fucks with
love
you,
you to
my
one
nigga.
another.
Is how you say I love with you. I love you.
Now hold on. Now hold on. Think about what you just said. I fucks with now. Fuck is a sexual term. So I can't say I love you, but I can say I
It's
get you. Like what we
FUX. It's FUX. It's not
come on now.
FUCK.
You see, it's a slippery slope, family. That's all I'm saying. See, now that whole situation got baby oil on it. That's all I'm trying to say right there. That whole situation, so that can go either way. You see how we gonna pick and choose, like, oh, okay, you loving me is wrong, but you know, activating my chakras, I mean,
Shut up, chat. Moderai, you be quiet, nigga, before I block your ass, nigga. Tika, mind your business before I block your ass too. Huh? I'll block all you niggas. It'll be just one nigga in the chat. I'll put y'all all on timeout for the whole episode. Fuck with me if y'all want to.
he get ready to go onto an island in Hotep and stand by himself. No, sir, man. We all love you. You done built this whole country, this whole nation. This is crazy.
Had a lot of help.
Yeah, by people that love you. Men, you know, yeah, we love you.
I appreciate that. You know. Anyway, let's get to what we got to get to. We're going to play this first clip here from CNN. This is CNN. This is Jamal Bowman talking about heart disease in the black community. This is something that Inky, you've written a book about, probably several.
Almost all of them.
Almost all of them, indeed. I've been working my way through KeMedicine as well. Spent some time with it this weekend. I've realized I had to pull out a notebook. I can't just highlight. I got to like take notes. So I have a separate.
That was coming.
Yeah.
Soon, you know, the drop is coming. The drop is coming. So yeah, it's gonna get crazy over there.
So we're gonna take a look at this first clip here from CNN. Inky, go ahead, pull that up. Mute your mic. I'm gonna give a countdown, and we're gonna get that started.
No, just play when you're ready. I got it.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
This is America.
Catholic
and the
pro-life
problem
ministries
is
bombed.
we are not dealing
Catholic
with
pro-life ministries
America's
bombed. You're
original
right.
sin and its disease of hate and racism towards black and brown people and sexism towards women and anti-LGBTQ sentiment. We are not dealing with that. Your colleagues in the Republican Party do not hold each other accountable when it comes to the racism that comes from the party on a consistent basis.
Congressman, I mean, where are you on
You
the
can't be calm
attempts?
about this. I'm a black man in America. The reason why heart disease.
I'm white, I can't comment
Listen
on
to
that.
what I'm
Is that
saying.
what
The
you're
reason
saying?
why heart disease and cancer
pretty
and
racist.
obesity
I can't
and
comment on it.
diabetes are bigger in the black community is because of the stress we carry from having to deal with being called the N-word directly or indirectly every day. If your colleagues would listen and try to learn and engage in growth.
So he says here, we dealing with heart disease and other ailments because we are either directly or indirectly.
And diabetes. You do diabetes in there too.
And diabetes is because we are directly or indirectly being called the N-word.
Well, that was the clickbait. But he expounded on it. And I think that he is 97% incorrect. But I think that he is 3% absolutely correct. And the 3% is more important than the 97%.
Okay, let's deal with the 3% then.
Wait, I want to hear your opinion first.
Fuck that nigga Jamal Bowman. He's up there grifting and shit. The N-word ain't making niggas fucking. It's the addictive chemicals in the food niggas is eating. Niggas is drug addicts. That's sugar. That sugar's a drug. It ain't the N-word.
Okay, Well,
I mean,
that's
you take the Negro in another time period was called the N word way more than now and was way healthier.
that is a certified big fact.
It was way healthier.
One
Okay,
slice.
we are the
That's a
sickest
certified big
we've
fact.
ever been, and we
That's a fact.
received the N word less. So he is unequivocally wrong.
Well, this is 3%. He's incidentally correct though.
Okay, tell me about
He's,
what.
he's so the N
Don't
word
forget,
part.
you might get brought up on charges next week, so proceed with caution.
It's all good. It's all good. The N word part is the clickbait to it. When he goes into his diatribe, he leans more on racism. And he says it's the racism that we deal with that's the cause. So the reason why I say 3%, and it could be like 1 to 3%. It might not even be a full three. It could be like, it might be like 99%. But the 1% is important because it is racism. I do agree with him 1,000% in that vein. I don't agree with him about anything else. I don't even agree with him with the application of racism because he's talking about police brutality and Republican like marching with the Confederate flag. Like he was just off the wall with it. Like he was totally like borderline juiced up. Like he looked like he was borderline juiced up. Like he might have had a little powder or like 6, 7 energy drinks before the video. So he was, but I do agree that it is racism that is causing the death toll when it comes to black folks dealing with diabetes and heart disease. And it's because Western academia for a long time ignored pigment as if pigment did not exist. In fact, it's crazy, but for a long time they ignored water as if water didn't exist. So any biochemistry like textbooks that are older than 10 years old, if you look at a cellular diagram, it's just like a cell. And then it's like you see all of the organelles inside the cell, but it's clear. It's not really like stressing that everything inside the cell is submerged in water, and water is the thing that's making everything go. Like water is the thing making everything go. Like even with mitochondria and ATP, it's not your food per se. It's not eating food and breaking down food that makes your mitochondria recycle ATP. It's water. It's water that's doing everything, and water is doing everything working with pigment. Pigment and water are the primary systems in the human body. So I think that, water has been chronically overlooked, and then, pigment largely viewed as a waste product for, the better part of 100 years in science. And that's just racism, because you had so many people, especially like in America and Europe, create scientific underpinnings for all of their racial ideology and the colonialism and the colonizing or colonizing, as I like to call it, the colonizing, you know, along with the chakra folks, the colon thing goes far. Colonizing is a big thing.
Colonizing.
Colonizing, man. That's what people say colonizing, I say colonizing. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's what they've been doing to the world.
What you mean?
Listen. I'm gonna let the folks understand the brown chakras and the Greek gods and like it's deep out here in these streets. Um, but like I said, I believe it's institutionalized racism That is the reason why black folks are, having such a rough go at it, because for a long time, even now, mainstream, like it's just mainstream science doesn't really address, the biochemistry associated and driven by pigment. You know what I'm saying? You have a lot of people in the social media universe dictating, like attention towards certain things led by, the OGs, Richard King and Dr. Africa and all of those guys. And that translated to a huge global, situation to where now you have um, a lot of white guys trying to colonize the social media space around the pigment conversation, so, it's one of my pet peeves for a long time. You got a lot of guys, they subversively double speak on pigment, talking about quantum this and that and the other, when they're really, they're really agreeing with, doubling down, tripling down on things that, my predecessors were ridiculed for. The things that the scientific community ridiculed Dr. Richard King and Dr. Africa for. You even have websites still up. I think Wikipedia still has one up on, the pseudoscience of melanin and blah, 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 blah. And all you got to do is tune into, Jack Cruz or one of these guys' YouTube pages, and that whole program is what they running down now. It's just like, so I think that residual racism in the institution is a big thing. Especially with the understanding that, first of all, we don't understand how the heart functions. We don't understand how the brain functions. The heart and the brain are the number one and number two killers. The black community suffers the most. Now, at the scene of these crimes is pigment. Literally, when you look at Alzheimer's, when you look at Parkinson's, when you look at dementia, the variable, the thing that's changing in the before and after brain shot is the neuromelanin, right? And, a long time you had guys like, again, Richard King and Dr. Africa talking about how melanin, you know, regulates the heart because of the electrical activity. And they were just making assumptions, or I wouldn't even say assumptions, they were making educated guesses, hypotheses, if you will, right? And then what happened? You know, as the inheritor of of that, of that research from those elders, I kept the fire going, and sure enough, science discovers, right, that we have a thing called cardiac melanocytes, right? These are a special group of melanocytes that are in your heart, right? They're not they're not incidental. This is not pigment. This is melanocytes, the cells that create melanosomes, the enzymes that create melanin. So it's now scientific knowledge that there's a population of melanocytes in the heart that actually maintain and regulate heart activity. So when you look at, and it's documented that the level of pigmentation in the skin matches the level of pigmentation in the heart, right? So there are certain things that, and this is a lot of the stuff that's in our books, right? Because nobody else is putting out this information for us. This is what people don't get. Like, the Jewish community takes care of the Jewish community's health issues. The Chinese community takes care of the Chinese, because everybody a long time ago realized that yes, we're all the same, two legs, two arms, one head kind of vibe, but within that space, we're all different. We all have differences. We all have genetic abnormalities that are specific to us, right? Or single nucleotide polymorphisms for the folks that understand that language, right? So people know that we're different, right? We have different metabolisms, different, different genetics, different strengths, different weaknesses. And so people put together their own health paradigm to emphasize their strengths and limit their weaknesses. And we've gotten accustomed to thinking that somebody else is supposed to do that for us. So we just complain about things, you know what I'm saying? So we took it upon ourselves to start to put together that library so that it's no longer a case of, well, there's no place where we can go find this information. Yes, it is. We've been putting it out for 20 years now. You know what I'm saying? Like, this absolutely a place where you can go read about cardiac melanocytes and how they work in the heart and what parts of the heart are the most densely pigmented and why, right? That's why we talk about that QRST complex, right? Because you can't have such a pronounced electrical activity. And this is why I talk about our version of the Trinity, right? Electricity, magnetism, and light. If your heart runs based on this stream of electricity that's moving, you have to know that that moving electric field is going to produce a moving magnetic field. So now you have a whole bunch of organizations that are quote unquote in the conscious woke space that are doing studies and having conversations about the magnetic field of the heart, right? But they're missing the boat because the magnetic field of the heart is coming from the electrical activity. And because it's coming from the electrical activity, you have electric field, magnetic field, two plus two is four, right? Maxwell gave us the formulas over 100 years ago. So we know that there's a light show. There's a lot of light production in the heart because when you have alternating electric fields and magnetic fields, you have the production of light, right? And so you can't have such a strong magnetic field generated by an electric field or moving electric field and not have the light being produced. And the only way to have that in a coherent space is you have to have pigment there to translate that, to maintain that. You know what I'm saying? So um yeah, it stands to reason that if pigment is a part of the heart's electrical system, right, then if that system is being ignored, if that system isn't being taught, if that system is being overlooked, everybody's going to be affected because we all have hearts, right? But it stands to reason that the people that are going to be impacted adversely the most are going to be the people with the most pigment there, right? So they're going to be at the front of the line. Everybody's going to experience it because we all have pigment, we all have hearts, we all have electricity, light, mag, all of the fly stuff's happening in everybody. But the people that have the most overlooked blind spots in their system are going to be the people that are impacted the most, and that's us, right? So it just stands to reason. It's the same thing with the diabetes. When I tracked down the fact that insulin wasn't the star of the show, right? Even today, I have nurses, I have doctors of all, like people who've been practicing medicine for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Like, yo, I got to shake your hand, brother. I never heard anything like this before. And I have argued this with everybody at my job. And everybody is now like, this should be worldwide news. Like, why isn't everybody talking about this? But insulin is not the star of the show in terms of the hormones regulating blood sugar metabolism. It's melanin concentrating hormone and melanin stimulating hormone. And the moment you get that, the moment that clicks, the whole mystery unfolds with the reason why black folks are leading the charge with type 2 diabetes. Now, do we all have these hormones? Absolutely. We all have POMC, we all have melanin concentrating neurons, melanin stimulating, like we all have that, right? But our system is obviously much more pronounced. So if it's being ignored or, to a degree sabotaged, we're going to have the brunt of the impact. And when we look at insulin as a thing that's just everybody has it and blah blah blah, like it's we can't fit the because I did the 40-day fruit fast for like 10 years and I was keeping statistics on everybody. You know, some people more closely than others. And, I always been, all over the place. You know what I'm saying? I rock with everybody. Gay folks, straight folks. This healing thing that I have is a calling, you know what I'm saying? So I don't choose who I help. You know what I'm saying? Drug addict, whatever, everybody need health information. Christian, Muslim, atheist, like it's everybody. You know what I'm saying? So I noticed that across the board, everybody was eating McDonald's and drinking 50-cent beers and smoking like everybody is doing, everybody's doing this is America. We even got McDonald's next to the pyramids in Giza. Like everybody's eating the same horrible food now. Everybody's using red number 40 and blah like everybody's on, like so it just was like, how is it that we keep like how is our numbers so much crazier than like this is it has to be something else. And for me, just looking at like loose statistics and specific statistics, like the only thing that was different was that, we're dark, you know what I'm saying? Like we're just darker, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, let me look here and see if there's something here. And so, I started noticing some anomalies with tyrosine and tryptophan metabolism. And, from there, I started like, oh, wait a minute, melanin concentrating hormone? And I start asking folks, you know about this? Melanin concentrating hormone? They're like, nah, what is that? And I'm talking about folks that's supposed to know, like nurses and doctors and diabetic specialists and people that are on diabetic health journeys to heal themselves this way and that. I'm like, you ever heard of melanin concentrating hormone? They're like, nah, what is that? Did you make that up? Does that sound like some of that conscious community? Just sound like, I mean, who you got that from? Phil Valentine? Would like, so when I start explaining this to folks, that's exactly what they start doing. And then folks start looking at me like, this is interesting. I'm like, yeah, the melanin concentrating hormone is the thing in your neurochemistry that regulates all those things downstream. So downstream from melanin concentrating hormone is leptin and ghrelin and insulin and glucagon and all of those things. So when I said, oh, so we have a pigment related neurohormone that regulates eating and sleeping and hunger and obesity and I said that right there, now that's explaining a whole lot of the picture, the story. Like that's everything right there. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah. Anyway, I'm probably talking too long, but I think that the brother is ignorantly correct when he says that it's racism that is causing the
Let's
problem.
let's
Now,
let's
he
let's
started.
let's let's come back to something earlier you said.
Okay.
You attacked this article
Now,
from
I just want to say he got to come up off of my Republicans now. He got to knock it off. Coming, because we do that Republican thing. Like I'm not sure that he reads any. I'm not sure that he reads any. But black folks in America, like the ones that been getting, the progressive, the folks that was trying to get free. That the Republican thing that's how that been. You know what I'm saying? So confuses me. He probably one of the main people out there on social media on Juneteenth out there, like, yeah, this is Juneteenth. I'm like, do these people know what Juneteenth? Did y'all vote for Kamala and then celebrate Juneteenth? Do y'all know what y'all doing out here? But anyway, my bad.
melanin. You attacked this melanin article on Wiki. You said it makes claims of pseudoscience, and I want to read
I'm
what it
not sure
says
which
here.
one you see because I can't see the screen.
I'm
but
about
I
to
know
tell
that
you.
Wiki had
I'm about to tell you.
Yeah,
Melanin
Wiki has
theory. It says melanin theory is a set of pseudoscientific claims made by some proponents of Afrocentrism, which holds that black people, including ancient Egyptians, have superior mental, physical, and paranormal powers because they have higher levels of melanin, the primary skin pigment in humans.
Is that the complete article?
That is the introduction.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. So I'm sure they get into some more detail.
Talks about Leonard Jeffries here, Francis Wilson.
I don't know why they see that's disrespectful. I wonder who put that together because people can put these things together, and that's just an example of the stuff that existed floating around in the 80s and the 90s. That's just a remnant of those things because those aren't even melanin people. Like, and I'm a fan of Frances Cress Welsing. Like when she beat Homeboy up in that debate, when none of the men was able to step up to the challenge, and she whooped Homeboy on national TV. That was saying that black folks was intellectually inferior by genetic design. That was tough. You know what I'm saying? But she wasn't a melanin like.
Well, what it says here, it says some black supremacists, including professor of black studies Leonard Jeffries and psychologist Francis Cress Wilson, argue without evidence that high levels of melanin give black people inherently superior qualities to white people, including supernatural abilities such as extrasensory perception.
Yeah, that was just some chakra stuff that was floating around with the elders. They had a little chakra with them. They had, listen, I uphold, I put the elders in high esteem, but at the same time, that's why I'm the black sheep because I've had moments where I've had to like dig into some of the doctrines that I'm like, oh, y'all gotta stop. And this is the reason why. Because what'll happen is they'll take your whole lifetime's worth of work and then they'll grab that foolishness that you done mixed in there with chakras and kundalini and all this other goofballery, and then they'll use that to discredit your whole body of work. That's another reason why I'm like, y'all gotta stop the chakra foolishness. Y'all gotta stop that. Even India, people in India don't even like. I'm like, what are y'all doing, man? Y'all gotta let this stuff go. But like I said,
It continues here. It says Wilson states that Africans possess dominant genes in comparison to recessive genes of
let's
Europeans.
stop that right. Oh, let's stop right there. Wilson did not say that. Wilson did not say that. Wilson repeated that. But Mendel, the guy who came up with the concept of dominant and recessive genes, said that Africans have the dominant gene. Like, so she didn't come up with that. The European scientist, I forgot his Mendel something. I forgot his full name, but he came up with that, and he was studying beans and fruit flies or whatever, and he came up with the concept of dominant genes and recessive genes. So that's a thing that is obviously tough for some people to. A lot of these scientific conversations are very emotionally triggering. You know what I'm saying? Like on one side or another, but you can't put that on Frances Cress Welsing. Most of what she was talking about, especially like the caveman theory, like that wasn't her theory. That was a white guy made a best-selling book, Michael something or other. He's got a best-selling book on it. But I guess
Michael
because he's a
Bradley,
white guy, look, maybe Michael
the
something. You can look.
Iceman, the Iceman inheritance.
Boom, 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 boom. There you go. So a white guy can come up with these theories and have a best-selling book and be a respected author. But if a black woman teaches about those very same theories, she's a racist and blah 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 blah. So I think some context is missing, you know what I'm saying? And then there's also a time period thing. America was a much different place, especially towards, black
Does the
folks.
melanin give you ESP, man? Paranormal abilities. Do we got
Um,
superpowers?
Yeah, see, I don't subscribe to those conversations. I don't subscribe to those conversations. I think there are things that we can do that people have, that have taken out of context. I think there are things that we don't understand. I think that we've all had situations where we've called things into existence. I think there's situations where we think of somebody and they call on the phone and we don't have a thing for that. I think that there are parents that have been, states away or maybe even on the other side of the planet and something happened to their children and they know it instantly. Like I think that there's a lot of things that goes on. But the thing is, this is white, yellow, red, black. This is, you know, so there's a lot of misconceptions that I had to fight against to clear up, right? Because there's a lot of white folks that get angry when they hear those conversations because they're under the impression that white folks don't have melanin. There are a lot of black folks that pump their chests up when they hear these conversations because they're under the impression that white folks don't have melanin, right? So there are no people that don't have melanin. Like that doesn't really exist. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not a thing. Even albinos, right? Just before somebody types it in and said, well, what about albinos? Everybody has melanin. Like this. And melanin is not the only pigment, right? So the pigment conversation is bigger than melanin, right? Um, so that's one thing. Let me make sure I put that on wax, right? And then everybody has melanin. You know what I'm saying? You have
So
different.
what if we running around saying, "Hey, I'm a melanated being"?
I mean, you are correct if you're saying that. You just sound crazy. Like I'm an oxygen breather. Like okay, you know what I'm saying? Like all right, you know what I'm saying? Like the people who were saying they was carbonated. Like I'm a carbon based. Like okay. So are cats and dogs. You know what I'm saying? Like what else you got? Pigeons, rats are carbon beings. You know what I'm saying? Like rats in the sewer are carbon. Flies that buzz around and shit are carbonate. Like so. What are you? Carbon-based beings. I mean, having a carbon-based diet. Okay, so is everyone else. People even that eat only raw meat or like pure cannibals are carbon-based diet. You know what I'm saying? Like so,
So it's
it's
crazy running around saying, because they say it like it's exclusive to black people. Like when they say melanated beings, they're saying that to mean just black people.
because they don't read. We have a reading problem. See, the thing is, no, bro. This is why I'm people every day. Like not one day passes where somebody says, if you start making audio books, you can make way more money. And I'm like, if I start making audio books, I'm gonna be going against my own principles. And that, like, I guess at some point the audio books are inevitable. You know what I'm saying? But I'm fighting against it tooth and nail because a large part of our problem is ignorance. You know what I'm saying? We are the uninformed people being taught by the misinformed people. That's the world we live in. And it's no coincidence that America is working with a fifth grade reading level and that black folks are at a third grade reading level. And America is the sickest country on earth, and black folks are the sickest people in America. Like those things are not exclusive. Like those things are not exclusive. It's not a coincidence that we're the sickest people in the sickest country, and we also have the lowest reading level. It's like, causation and correlation might have to take a back seat on this one. I think
I
there's a
got I
little,
got I got to co-sign that because nothing has changed my lifestyle more than a few pages of KeMedicine. Like sitting down and reading about the body make you rethink a lot of the things you decide to do. When you start learning how the human body works and what's going to give you energy and all of that, yeah, the reading is
and the
definitely.
mere act of reading changes your brain and heart function. Like literally, the act of reading changes your brain and heart function. Like that's a crazy thing. And then depending on the type of material you're reading, it's way more impactful. You know what I'm saying? Like so it's levels to the study. Like just Like we have a prayer about the circulatory system, how blood flows through your body and flows through your heart and your lungs, like to save, like so. But
Yeah,
because
I play that. I play that while I'm doing my planks. We
come on,
pray to the Most High.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah. Because the thing is, you get to visualize the circulatory system, and so people don't understand the power of visualization. You're literally putting your mind inside your circulatory system, inside your heart. Like you're putting your mind there. So we got a lot of spiritual people that don't practice spirituality. They don't even understand what it looks like. They don't even know what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? But putting your mind in a place, that is a very big part of spirituality, a very big part of visualization. It's been co-opted because some folks back, some decades ago learned a few things and bring them over to the money space. So you only really hear about visualization and vision boards and stuff like that, as opposed to, or in reference to like business. But people don't really spend it on like, they don't really spend their time or attention like visualizing their anatomy because most people haven't spent any time trying to learn it. So they don't even realize there's a component of healing that's associated with that mind body connection. Like even people say it, but they don't really understand mind body connection. And it's crazy that we associate bodybuilders with being like some of the dumbest, like we got the dumb jock idea, but bodybuilders experience mind body connection because they learn about their body as they build in it. And a lot of times they really put their mind in, they focus in on what it is they're working on. They just don't know how far they can go with that practice, because they're doing it to get gains, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, yeah, it's it's a lot that we just don't know, you know what I'm saying? And we think we do, but the numbers would tell us differently. We're
So racism is causing heart disease and diabetes
I would agree because
because
because of Western academia's blind spot on pigment.
what's that blind spot?
They just don't teach about it, right? So you have opsins, you have globin, and so you got the opsin family, you got the globin family, and then you have the melanin family, right? And collectively, that regulates and runs every system in your body. So it's not possible for you to understand how any part of your body works if you don't understand how the pigment regulates and controls that aspect of your body. Like there's no,
Now you contradicted yourself there, Dr. Inky. I got you.
go ahead,
I got you in the corner now.
go ahead.
You just said all beings have melanin. It's not exclusive to black people. So if all beings have opsins, globins, and melanin, this thing can't be racist.
No, 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 no. It is because I said, and I repeat myself, I said that, like, for instance, with the heart disease, I said that this thing impacts everybody because we all have pigment, we all have hearts, we all have electricity. But the people who have the most are going to suffer greatest at the ignorance. Same things happening in our
So
brain.
because we have this abundance of melanin, we are affected by the ignorance most.
Correct. But everybody's affected because type 2 diabetes
Right,
is,
but we
is the
are
whole
affected
world.
the most, and
Heart
that's what
disease.
makes it
Correct.
racist. Okay, I'm following now. Okay.
That's what makes the root cause in academia tied to racism. So we've even created a system to counter that. We have a little, in this world that we've created in the books, in our new books, we've created a whole dietary system, rich abs, caloric electrification system. So we can give races a new definition. That's the acronym, races,
Caloric
right?
what?
Electrification. One of the misconceptions that we on is this whole idea that the body is burning. Yeah, so we against that.
We
right? And
electrify the calories.
correct, correct. And a part of that is this whole blind spot on pigment. Because if you have another situation that you can explain away and you can overlook the role of pigment if you find ways to overlook the role of light and electricity in the body, which has been done ad nausea, ad
So I've been
infinitum.
I've been wrestling with this caloric electrification thing in my mind, and which I'm still not
Well,
clear
just
on.
think about burning. First of all, the thing is, you shouldn't be wrestling with that. You should be wrestling with the burning thing. That's what we need to be wrestling with. Like what makes us think that something's burning? Like we know what burning looks like. If we light a piece of paper on fire or we light some wood on fire, like we know what that looks like. Why would we think that happens in our body somewhere?
Sorry, I got a call from a realtor. I just might have some good news. Might be able to build Hotepistan quicker than I thought. Wait, say that again.
I said what we should be wrestling with, what we should have trouble with is the idea of burning things.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Not
So
the
how is
idea
the
of
how are the
electrification.
so when you say the calories are being electrified, the first thing I think of is electron transfer.
Yeah, yeah. And that's what you should think. That's exactly what you should think. It's the food, the sugar, it's being broken down smaller and smaller, right? You're going from compounds and molecules, right?
Down to
Down,
atoms,
right? And then beyond that, right? Down to protons and electrons.
subatomic particles.
Yep. And that's what is happening inside mitochondria. Mitochondria is conducting electrons and protons in opposite directions. And those subatomic particles are recycling the ATP molecule so that our cell can generate mechanical waves and electromagnetic waves from ATP.
Real quick, shout out Dr. Sinai Ricks. Dr. Sinai Ricks is in the house. Can't wait to get you on this program. Let me know when you're free, bro. Okay, I'm following. I'm following you.
Yeah, there's no flame, there's no burning. No burning that happens. You know what I'm saying? Like
But your body heats up,
oxidation.
so that heat is a
Mm,
byproduct of electricity, is what you're saying.
well, here's the thing, right? So we can look at fire, right? We can look at fire and we can liken electricity to fire. So there's a window, there's an overlap where if we gave a description of electricity, it could sound like fire and vice versa, right? So heat and light production, right, both come from electricity and fire, right? So there's a but there's no burning taking place. That's the difference. There's no burning, there's no charring, there's no ash. Like that's not happening. What you have is a systemic breakdown. The same way things are built up, you have a breakdown. So we're turning these larger molecules back into subatomic particles. We're creating an electric stream. So it's more associated with electricity than any type of burning. But
Is this happening through the electron train transport system?
ab- and other places, right? When we have these conversations about structuring water, everybody focuses on the gel part, right? Oh yeah, it's creating gel, but the whole idea is before that, it's creating pools called coherent domains, pools of electrons and pools of protons. And so you have um, melanin, which is able to harness these electrons, and then you have NAD, which is able to carry them, you know what I'm saying, and feed them to mitochondria or other organelles to be used as, a source of energy or a source of something that can help recycle, the same way when you break down the food. it's NAD that is shuttling these electrons into the mitochondria from food, right? They don't just go, like everything in your body has to have a carrier, you know what I'm saying? For the most part, anyway. So the carrier of carbohydrate electrons is NAD. It's just also the carrier of these loose electrons that are created from water structuring itself, right? And then you have the electrons from fatty acids, as FAD, which is also an electron carrier, right? But the whole idea is the body is about this subatomic behavior, and we
All right,
haven't really.
let's walk through this. Let's walk through this. I'm a visual learner, so I'm gonna try and visualize this. I eat a piece of whatever, right? Let's say I just ate a piece of what did I have today? I had some salad today. I had some iceberg lettuce that goes into my body. My stomach acids bust that down, turn it into a liquid form. It goes from there into, I guess, my small intestine first.
Well, your pancreas is the one that really does the magic, but go
Okay.
ahead. Yeah, your
So,
pancreas does. So here's and this is where most of the junk food impacts our health, and it impacts the pancreas. The pancreas is two organs in one, right? So that's the thing, and the insulin producing part, like so, it's an exocrine and an endocrine organ at the same time. And so the insulin part is the smallest part. The beta cells only make up like 3-4% of your pancreas. The rest of your pancreas is dedicated to alkaline digestive juices. So your stomach starts the breaking down process, but your pancreas is what really brings it home.
okay, so let's talk about the form, right? The form is now a liquid, enters the body. Where
Which is
does
small. It's everything is in liquid, but it's not liquid. So it's not like you're liquefying like the salad. You're just breaking it down to really, really fine pieces and it's in the liquid.
okay, got you. Then what
Yeah.
happens?
So it just goes through the digestive system, goes through your circulatory system, and then it gets to the point where, the star of the show, tricarboxylic acid, happens. And so say for instance, you got a glucose chain, right? That'll probably be the easiest example, right? You got a glucose chain, and that glucose chain is going to it's going to keep getting like divided in half. So glucose chain is basically six carbons. So when it gets divided in half, now you have two, three carbon chains, right? And then when those three carbon chains get divided in half, you don't break atoms in half. You really just break bonds. So when those get divided, they get divided into two and one, right? So one glucose chain of six carbons gets broken down into two carbon units and then single carbon units, right? The single carbon units is a waste product. So for all of the carbon folks, just know that your body sees carbon primarily as waste. So you sound even crazier saying you're on a carbon-based diet. That would be like a diet of poison. Yeah, because that's literally where carbon dioxide is formed from. So when the glucose is broken down, the two carbon molecules goes down the road to like acetyl-CoA and cholesterol and testosterone and all that kind of stuff. And the single oxygens that are left over, or single carbons rather, that's where respiration has to couple with metabolism because you need two oxygen atoms to come in for each one of those single carbons. So for every chain of glucose you break down, you need four oxygen atoms to produce two molecules of carbon dioxide to get out of the body. Yeah. And so when you're breaking down the glucose, the electrons that are generated are going to be carried by NAD to cytochrome 1. When you break down fatty acids, kind of similar the same way, it's just FAD is going to carry those electrons to cytochrome 2. And then those are going to kind of be gathered together as cytochrome 3. And then cytochrome 3 is going to present those to cytochrome 4, because cytochrome 4 is like Denzel in American Gangster. Cytochrome 3 is like, what's his name? Huey? Huey, everybody talks to you. Nobody talks to me, right? You, if you got anything, you talk to Huey. You don't. So Huey is cytochrome 3. Huey makes all the pickups, and then Huey talks to Denzel, drops them off with Denzel, and then Denzel is the rainmaker, right? Denzel, cytochrome 4 is special because cytochrome 4 is what makes water. So every day your body makes hundreds and hundreds of gallons of water in your mitochondria. Um, so there's that, right? But but yeah, that's it's electricity.
So I'm looking at
Brain.
this glucose chain, and apparently glucose
Yeah.
is just carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen.
Well, yeah, pretty much. So here's how it goes. Because I used to do lectures when Chase was, and this how people fell in love with Chase. Because I used to bring Chase out on stage with me when he was like 4 years old. He started doing this little spiel. He had a little spiel, and I bring him up. Maybe he was a little younger. He might have been 3, but it lasted for a few years. He got good at saying his little spiel. I'd bring him on stage, and I'd be like, "All right, Chase, break down the science of life to people." And then he'd be like, "Okay, so in order for you to breathe, you need oxygen. So we start with oxygen." And then here, if we got a space here, write down the little O. And then I'll ask him, I'll be like, "Okay, so now what else do we need?" He say, "Well, we need to drink stuff. So we need water." So you add a hydrogen to that oxygen, and now we have water. So we go from oxygen to hydrogen and oxygen. Now we got water. We just add in one atom every step, right? So the next thing we do is we add a carbon atom to the H and the O, and now we have carbohydrates. Yeah, now we add that carbon, now we got carbohydrates. That's literally what carbohydrate means. It means a hydrated carbon atom. So all natural carbohydrates are made in units of one carbon plus a H2O. So you have a H2O plus a carbon. That is the basic unit of natural carbohydrates, right? So then I say now, we're not alone in this world. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody's not vegan. So, people want to have some meat, Now, how do we get them some protein? He said, well, you have to add nitrogen to the carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. So once you add nitrogen to the carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, now you have proteins. And so that'd be his whole little spiel, and the crowd will love him, you know what I'm saying? Then he going back to his seat, heart beating out of his chest, and that'd be his little spiel right there. But that's how it goes. Oxygen, then you add hydrogen for water, then you add carbon for, food, carbohydrates, and then you add nitrogen for proteins. And you got your whole program right there. Even fats. Fats fits into the CHO. It's just different arrangement.
What the fuck? Protein, that ass got a nitrogen atom in there.
Yeah, it's not that complicated.
What?
Nature finds things that work and then does the same thing over and over and over. Like it's
What's this?
complicated, but it's not. It's simple.
What's this R1?
That's that's like the variable on how stuff is put together, but that's not like an actual thing.
That's not an atom?
Not exactly. That's
Okay.
when you putting together a molecule.
Yeah.
That's like the action arm. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Like
okay, I
that's the
got you.
action arm.
What's
Yeah,
happening? Because I see
yeah,
they got to differentiate it with a different color.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then you get into like stereochemistry, and so that we need Tanai to break that. I'll be there to like translate for Tanai, but that'll be more in his bag.
He says fats have two O's instead of one.
There you go.
Wow. Wow. Tanai says, I think people say burning because the chemical equation of combustion, of combusting a hydrocarbon is similar to how the body processes sugar to CO2 and H2O. But in a strict sense, we're not burning anything. It's just a redox process with oxygen.
Come on now, from the mouth of the PhD, that grand opening, grand closing. I am definitely grabbing that clip.
Tanai says R is a side chain.
Yeah.
What the fuck is a side chain? What the? Is this
It's a
something?
chain of atoms. It's a chain. It's a chain of atoms on the side of the molecule. Yeah, it's a
The
side chain.
side, oh, the side chain can change, and that
Yeah,
change tells you the different kind of amino. Oh, that tells you the different kind of amino acids that make up the protein.
yeah. It's a variable.
Uh, Interesting. We in class, y'all. We in class, y'all. Welcome to Hotepistan University. You know what I'm saying? We in Chem 101. Actually, this is probably 201.
I'm about to say this ain't this. We in 909. Keep it 1,000. Yeah, we at 909. There's so many. We all over the place.
Damn, this is crazy. All right, so life starts with oxygen, right? After that, you're gonna need some agua. So that's when you bring in that hydro. That's where you get hydrate from. After that, you're gonna need some energy. That's carbohydrates, and that's just a hydrated carbon atom. You get that hydrated carbon atom. Now you're gonna need some food, protein, and that's when you add the nitrogen in there. Crazy. Tanai said if R is a phenol, it's tyrosine. If R is just a hydrogen, it's glycine. If R is a methyl group, it's alanine. Ooh, this nigga.
Now it get crazy when you figure out what all of them do.
Yeah?
Yeah, because glycine is kind of like in the sugary universe. Alanine is in the ammonia and muscle universe, and then your aromatic amino acids is where the light show is at. You know what I'm saying? So it's yeah, so all amino acids they like they do stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like so as a group they do stuff, but then individually you got different groups of amino acids and they put together, you know, to for different, they do different stuff. So it get crazy.
All right, say less. All right, let's go to the next video as we breaking this down. We're going to Mr. Jack. Mr. Jack says, your body dies without nitric oxide. It's the molecule that heals untreatable wounds, restores brain function, and controls erections. By 30, you've lost nearly 40% of it, and it won't come back on its own. What is he talking about?
He talking that talk. I totally agree with him um within the confines that he's putting some juice on it to create you know, to make it go viral. Listen, I I understand that in the social media universe, this health information is not always that interesting. So sometimes you got to put a little, it need a little nitrogen, a little shot in the butt, a little steroids or something. You know what I'm saying? It got to put a little juice on it. You know what I'm saying? So it's truth what he's saying, but he's putting a little juice on it. It's juicing his his post. It's on steroids. He's got performance enhancing. He's got a performance enhanced post. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, what he's saying is accurate. It's just you don't really like. So it's not. it's not so much that by the time you turn 30, you lose the nitric oxide, right? Because we talk about nitric oxide a lot. The folks that have been reading and studying with us, they know we always talking about nitric oxide. I got my nose is too big, like not to talk about nitric oxide. You know what I'm saying? Like it's something we always talk about. You know what I'm saying? Like and before the big nose folks get mad with me, it's only your ignorance that'll make you get mad with me. Breathing through your nose as opposed to your mouth creates nitric oxide. So we can start right there. Like social habits, because we're mostly mouth breathers and mouth breathing is socially acceptable as opposed to some cultures where it wasn't, right? There are cultures, even ours, we had ancient cult, like a lot of our ancient, like mouth breathing wasn't socially acceptable. So you had vows of silence, men of few words, and like the priests, they didn't speak much. You like, because they understood that speaking cost you life. So over the years, you still have sayings floating around that people have lost the science to, like pouring life into someone. When you're talking to them, trying to get them jewels and they don't understand that you talking so much takes away from your lifespan. Like you literally taking time off your life because when you're talking, you're mouth breathing all the time. You know what I'm saying? So,
Wow. So me being a streamer, I'm killing myself.
oh, absolutely. Because of the lights, like these lights that you need to have, like, oh my God, forget about it. It's destroying your vitamin A by the second. You know what I'm saying? Like you need way more vitamin A than everybody else. Yeah, the average person needs 10,000 IUs of vitamin A a day. Like you need like 20 or 30,000. Yeah. Yeah. Just from being black, bombarding yourself with all this blue light.
You see why y'all gotta send them gifted subs? I'm dying for you niggas.
Yeah, that's a certified fact.
I'm dying. I'm literally dying up here, y'all.
But yeah, so there's that. There's social stuff. So it's not like, oh, by the age of 30, you lost your nitric oxide. You can't, it's not a thing to lose, right? But our habits, right? So the conversion of arginine and citrulline to nitric oxide, right? That also goes habits, right? So arginine and citrulline, going back to the whole what the amino acids do, arginine and citrulline are amino acids that play a huge role, like the main role in your body
So
making.
arginine is the same as thing as arginine? Or I'm just saying it wrong?
Yes.
Okay, so arginine. Okay, that's how you say
Yep.
it.
Yep. Yep. But you can get your arginine on. You know what I'm saying? You can get your arginine on. But yeah, so your body translates that into nitric oxide. Your body converts that into nitric oxide. The same way your body converts cholesterol into vitamin D with sunlight. With sunlight, your body converts these amino acids into nitric oxide. So sunlight is one of the ways that your body produces. So having a culture that basically hides from natural light, right? Because from 9 to 5, we're supposed to either be at school or at work. And all of the windows block UV light, even if they're clear windows, they block UV light just by design. So we don't get natural sunlight. When our society is kind of like hardwired against that. Um, because the progenitors of our society didn't know how to deal with sun and skin cancer and all of those other things. So we kind of just have the holdover of these windows that were made and designed by those people, right? They didn't understand. So the window designs that we use in all of our buildings and homes were created by people that didn't know anything about vitamin D. This is the problem with running our life based on information from dead people, right? That's why we need living books. We need people to read and write books. Writing books is almost more important than reading books. You know what I'm saying? Like we have to get to that. right? But you can't write books if you don't read them. You know what I'm saying? So that there's that part. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
That's the
so
shit
it's
that confuses me. Uncle Hotep, that nigga can't read, but that nigga can write his ass over. I'm like, what the fuck is going on in that nigga life?
unnecessary roughness. You might get brought up on charges tonight. You talking about me? You are on thin ice. You said you don't want nobody to say I love you, but I fucks with you, bro. Like this is crazy out here tonight. You are on thin ice, sir. I'm just letting you know.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this nitric. How you say it?
Nitric oxide.
Nitric oxide.
So it was part
So
of the combo. Look, it
why
was
is
part of
there?
the combo. We segued in nice and clean with the carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, then add the nitrogen for the protein because it's the nitrogen. It's the nitrogen. The nitrogen is low key a very important. Nitrogen is way more important than John Q. Public understands. Nitrogen is the most important part of fertilizer. It's the most important part of fertilizer. Nitrogen is the most important part of maintaining your lung pressure so that your oxygen can dissolve through your pulmonary membrane. Um, Nitrogen,
Well,
every,
what this got to do with the nose? Because you said nose breathing is different. Either way, it's just oxygen going in the body. What the nose got to do with anything? Is it separating?
no.
Is it doing
Whoa,
some
whoa.
separation?
Hold on. Yeah, bruh. I gotta figure out how I bring charge. I'm gonna have to bring you up on charges before the night is you off. This is crazy. Me and Tanai getting ready to have you gonna be on Rico. You get ready to be on biochemical Rico charges. We get ready to hit you up. You gonna be yeah, we get ready to put you on a biochemical Rico charges. Let's get ready to go down, champ. I need you to take it down. You are hot. I make it hot. Netchers won't even stand next to you. Yeah, it's getting crazy right now. Yeah, it's getting crazy right now. Listen, it's getting crazy right now. So, but
What the nose got to do with it?
it's the nose is how your body is designed. Your body is designed for you to breathe through your nose. Your body wasn't really designed for you to breathe through your mouth. It just so happens that like a backup plan, we can do that. You know what I'm saying? But that's not how the design is. So your nose is designed as a filtration system to filter the air. So you get a lot of dirty gas in your mouth. You get much cleaner breath when you breathe through your nose because it goes through the proper filtration system.
That's how we get boogers.
Told you. I told you. Just keep on messing around. Just keep on
That's what
messing.
boogers is. Isn't that like, the air going in through the filter and the boogers left over? That's
That's
the.
that's definitely a part of yeah, that's definitely a part of the conversation. But I'm just saying, you on thin ice, man. You hot. You on probation. You got a probation officer. You hot.
I gotta
You
be
hot.
found guilty first. I gotta be judged by my peers.
Now you see, you like Diddy. Diddy was guilty before the trial started. Diddy was already guilty before the trial started. Only thing people trying to figure out is how much time he supposed to get. Like I'm like, no, Diddy need a nice little 5 to 10. He need a little, he need a little something. Come on now. He need a little something now. He just ain't supposed to get life. You know what I'm saying? He need a little something though. He got to calm down. You know what I'm saying? Like he running around with his son. Like come on. You gotta relax. He's still trying to throw parties at the same. He trying to throw parties and be around the same girls as his sons in them age. Like bro, you need a little tranquilizer dart. That's
That's
all. You need
nasty.
a tranquilizer dart. Yeah,
That's
you need a
nasty.
tranquilizer
Dating your
dart.
son's
Nice little.
exes and shit.
Yeah. You need a tranquilizer dart. A little 5 year, 10 year sit down. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We about to bring you up on charges. You going crazy in this video right here. We
So
about to
so
get
so
you.
what's going on with the nose? You
So
said
the
you got a
nose,
big
yeah, the
nose, so
nose.
you get more nitric oxide than everybody else?
So here's the thing. Your nose is a very sacred structure. Your nose is a very sacred structure. And I have a book called the PhD book, and we kind of talk about it there. But back in Kemet, the home of the gods was in the nose. The home of the gods was in the nose. Even the word find, like Find, finding something, comes from, that's a Kemetic word. That's literally a Kemetic word. That's not even like a loan word. Like that's just a Kemetic word stolen and used in other, like that's just a Kemetic word. Um, but yeah, the home of the gods was in the nose, you know what I'm saying? And Anubis in that regard is related to the nose without going into a much deeper conversation. But so your nose is related to the size of your lungs, and it tells you exactly where you're from. Your nose tells you exactly where you're from. So people that, so there's a whole debate still about Napoleon blowing the nose off and why noses have been disappearing from Kemet and all that, because noses are very important. They pinpoint your origin, like pinpoint. If you come from a very cold environment with cold air and very little greens, like very little plants, you're going to have a very thin, streamlined nose because your nose has to heat the air up that you're breathing before it could go into your lungs because cold air shuts down your lungs' ability to function. So the thin nose is to heat the air up before it gets to, sensitive places. Um, and you got to take it in slow. So you have thin, smaller nostrils. You got a skinnier nose when it's thin like that to get the heat going. Typically, the people that have that crook in their nose, those are the people that are from like more like desert, rocky type of regions because you need a stronger filter to filter out any type of sand or particles or anything that can get lodged in your lungs. Now, the people that got the big wide noses, like this one, this is the people that came from the equator type environments, lush green environments, lush green environments. Think about it.
Where my nose from?
Lush green environment. Think about it. Where does oxygen come from?
Plants.
Plants. So the more plants you have, the more oxygen you have. The less plants you have, the less oxygen you have. Yeah, think about it. So now your system runs on oxygen, right? So typically, African people have the smallest lungs. Yep. Europeans have the largest lungs. With the smallest lungs, it means you have a slightly higher pressure in the lungs. So you have a wider nose and smaller lungs. So now your system is you like a gas guzzler. You know what I'm saying? You can get a lot more oxygen and a lot more faster. This is part of the reason that black folks dominate sprints. It's part of the reason why we have more fast twitch muscle. You know what I'm saying? Our muscle tissue division is different. We have a little bit more type 2B fast twitch muscle than other folks. We have a higher anabolic cascade than other folks. We have a lower amount of white blood cells at birth than other folks. We have denser bones than other folks. Like it all
So
starts
that's why
with,
the Africans always win the marathons.
well, we don't always win the marathons, but we definitely dominate the sprints.
Them
Yeah. I mean, we,
Ethiopians been
we
kicking ass.
I mean, yeah, no, no, we be rocking the yeah, but Ethiopians be starving, you know what I'm saying? So, I'm just saying, like, like everything is not genetic, you know what I'm saying?
Okay,
They're
all
really
right.
they're really good at managing fuel. I'm just saying. Listen, I was raised on watching them shows with the little kids with the flies around they, you know what I'm saying? Like So yeah, they can go a long time without needing to refuel. So their systems have been optimized.
So they literally running for their life. Okay. All
Yeah.
right, so let's get back to nitric oxide. So the
Yeah.
nose
Yeah.
is
So the nose is a very active part of our anatomy. And when you breathe in through the nose, it activates your body to produce nitric oxide. Also, humming, right? So I have a book called Osiris, Diabetes and Respiration. And in one of the chapters, I tell people that they need to spend a little bit of time humming every day. If you hum every day, you will boost your body's nitric oxide like maybe tenfold without buying anything or taking any kind of pill or membership or any money laid out. You just gotta hum old school, like our great grannies and them did. So they was using technology that we didn't understand. You know what I'm saying? Like just
the
humming.
old folks just be yeah, they be
Right.
some humming ass. Natty
Yeah.
says starts humming. You feel me?
Right. That was increasing their body's nitric oxide like by tenfold. Like the longer they did it, the more it increased and went up through the roof.
Says nasal breathing and no and NO production. That's nitric oxide.
Hmm.
Is naturally produced in the paranasal sinuses. So when you inhale through your nose, this nasal NO travels to your lungs where it plays a role in various bodily functions. Humming enhances sinus ventilation. Humming creates oscillating airflow between the sinuses and the nasal cavity. This oscillating airflow dramatically increases the exchange of gases between these cavities.
Yeah.
Increased NO output, this it says this enhanced sinus ventilation leads to a substantial increase in NO levels compared to quiet exhalation. Studies have shown that humming can increase nasal NO output by as much as 15-fold.
I just I see. I said tenfold. I was lowballing it,
Oh shit.
and I just want the people listening to know there's a huge difference between 10% and tenfold. I just want y'all to know that for the folks that are we got illiteracy going on, and then we have also have innumeracy going on. So people don't understand tenfold. Tenfold is 10 is multiplying the thing 10 times that times that times that times that. Like, yeah, it's a lot.
Healthy brain function.
No, no, no. Healthy everything function. Just so here's the thing. Nitric oxide, the same way we watch the Fast and the Furious, when they hit the turbo button, they're releasing nitric oxide in the car.
Right, NOS.
So that's the same. Well, that's so you have NOS in your body, nitric oxide synthase. So nitric oxide synthase, think about synthase, synthesize. Whenever you hear the word, the suffix ase, that means it's an enzyme. And usually the name will tell you what the enzyme does. So nitric oxide synthesis ase. So these are the enzymes that make nitric oxide. So but nitric oxide does the same thing we see in the movies with your blood. It makes your blood go. And so anything that your blood benefits, nitric oxide directly benefits. So you would be wasting your time trying to find the benefits of nitric oxide. It benefits everything that humanly you can think of.
So
Nitric
some
oxide benefits your lung, your kidney, your brain, your eyeball, your little pinky toe, your big toe, your ankle, like every part of your body, nitric oxide benefits.
because what I do is sometimes when I'm in the shower, especially, I like to do deep breathing and humming. And I feel great afterwards. And I
Well,
thought it
that's
was
what you're
some
doing.
magic.
No, it ain't no magic. Well, see, here's that thing again with the magic. We have traditions that we don't understand. We have things that we do that we don't understand. So before we have the science to articulate them, they're just experiences that people can't explain. And so if you associate them with being black, then it's,
Hoodoo.
well, that's kind of different. As a Haitian, we want to make sure but it's in that pocket for the general public. It can get crazy. But this is for everybody. Once again, everybody, nitric oxide, your body depends on it. And so does your blood flow. And people are always making trillions of dollars off of your ignorance because literally that is all Cialis and Viagra do is, yeah, that's all they do is make nitric oxide in your body.
So you
In
could just
fact,
you could
in
hum it.
fact, I think that they was designed as heart medication first, and they failed as they weren't that good at the heart medication, but they did fire up the circulatory system. And so, people's like, hey, it doesn't really work that well for like keeping people alive. But I mean, have you noticed that side effect on? Yeah, we could just market it as that way, and then yeah, $1 billion, $1 trillion market.
So you got to hum when you inside the coochie.
No comment.
Heather said this is how opera singers and brass players breathe.
That's a fact
What is she talking about?
because they have to breathe through their nose. They have to practice that. They have to practice that, and they have to get really good at that. Yeah, they have to get really good at that. So here's what happened. So in my book, Osiris, Diabetes, and Respiration. Everybody, if you don't have that book, go to Amazon, add it to your cart, and check out. Right. So in the book, I talk about this. So in my research with diabetes, I found this track, right? This track. So like one of the things that people notice with diabetes is they hungry and they always asking for like a slick trick. You know what I'm saying? Doc, what you got? What herb you got to stop my sugar craving? You know, and there are some things that over the years that I found that, kind of work for some people, maybe not everybody. And so I just kept studying and studying until I mapped it. I mapped it. I found it. I mapped it. And it's ours. It belongs to the Melanin versus Diabetes movement. You know what I'm saying? But what happens is this. Over time, your pulmonary membrane gets thicker and thicker, right? So you have to remember that your metabolism and your respiratory system have to stay coupled. In fact, I would go as far as to say that they're really not even different systems, right? Because if you think about it, your respiratory proteins are cytochrome 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right. So technically metabolism is happening in the respiratory system, right? But just for general, like discussion, I just keep it as it is. You got your metabolic system, your respiratory system. They have to stay coupled, meaning every glucose you break down, every fatty acid you break down, you have to bring in the oxygen to get rid of the carbon, right? So that's on the end, they have to stay coupled. On the front end, though, with your respiratory system, when you have diabetes, when you have poor kidney function, when you have high blood pressure, when you have anything going on in your blood, even high levels of like chronic inflammation, right? You got acute inflammation, chronic. Acute happens, goes away. Chronic, it sticks around, right? And so you can even have background chronic inflammation where it's not enough that it like messes with your quality of life that you notice it that much, but on a biochemical level, it's creating static in the system, right? So as this is going on, your pulmonary membrane gets thicker as a response, like almost a protection mechanism. And so your pulmonary membrane is the tissue between your lungs and your vessels where the oxygen goes through, right? So in the bottom of your lungs, the oxygen goes through there and it has to go through the walls of the lungs and through the walls of the vessels to go into the blood, right? So the name for that, those two little walls that the oxygen got to go through, kind of, is like the pulmonary membrane. The thicker that membrane gets, the harder it becomes for oxygen to get into the blood, right? So now we have a problem where the blood glycation, right? You got glycation, which is sugar on the blood. Then you got cholesterol building up, which is fat pockets. Then you got triglycerides and just all of the gunk that's in there, right? That slows down the oxygen. Now, you also need oxygen to help recycle lactic acid. So as you got lactic acid building up and then you got metabolism, carbon building up from food, you got slow oxygen because the thing that all those people have in common is they don't exercise, right? And then they got this stuff going on in the blood. So the respiratory system slowly becomes uncoupled from the metabolic system, and you start breaking down fats and sugars faster than you could get the oxygen there to remove the carbon, right? That becomes very problematic. So this is why in the background, people dealing with obesity, diabetes, and all of these related issues have hypercapnia and hypoxia, right? Hypercapnia is when you're building up carbon faster you can get rid of it. You know what I'm saying? There's levels to it. It get too high to put you down, right? But people have small little background levels of this creeping up, which leads to hypoxia, not enough oxygen in the tissue. So they kind of go hand in hand, right? But yeah, it's the systems uncoupling from one another. And usually low levels of nitric oxide are associated because nitric oxide will help blast that oxygen right on through the whole system. The nitric oxide will help blast it through the lungs, through the pulmonary membrane, get the blood to start flowing faster, getting oxygen everywhere so everything gets cleaner, everything gets energized, the water circulates faster, everything happens faster with the nitric oxide. But if we're not really exercising, which is a source of create nitric oxide, if we don't breathe through our nose, if we don't, get the natural sunlight, you know what I'm saying? But it doesn't matter if you're 30 years old or 15 years old playing Xbox all day. You know what I'm saying? Your nitric oxide levels are going to be way lower than they should be.
Okay. I might go to chakra land with this one, so walk with me.
Oh my goodness.
There's
He trying to get some charges. Now he is trying. He throwing bricks at police cars tonight.
Tanai said this is exactly why I got my PhD. This is Black and Nobel Inky right here.
Wow. I appreciate that. Yeah, see, this is my birthday show. This is my whole Tepestan birthday show.
Humming different notes. Would that help the body in some sort of way? Maybe it's, B sharp or something like that.
I'm gonna be honest. From what I know,
Because you
I would
said
assume.
music
Wait, look,
is.
look, look.
You said
From what I
music.
know, from what I know, I would assume so, but I don't know. I haven't even spent any time on it because humming is a thing we don't even do anymore. People don't even harmonicas are not even in circulation anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not even an instrument that people like. Harmonicas used to be black culture. Like harmonicas was a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not
You
even
just kept one in your pocket.
Yeah, you had a harmonica. Like now, people be like, "Yo, you got a harmonica? You ever use you?" People like, "What is a harmonica?" You know what I'm saying? Like, what is that? So, there's that, you know what I'm saying? Like my thing is just to introduce it to folks, like the act of like people don't hum. You know what I'm saying? People
So
walk
we
around and back in the days, that was a thing. You hummed a tune. Like everybody, you know what I'm saying? White folks, black, brown, yellow, red, like humming was such a part of culture globally that you had your favorite song in your mind, you just walked around humming it. Like you just did that. Now we walk around acting it out to the point where, like if you in the city sometimes, listen, I have been racially profiled. I've been racially stopped a zillion times, driving, walking, all that. But there are some times when you think you're being racially stopped and you just look like an insane person that needs to be arrested. You know what I'm saying? Like people don't realize that because you're walking down the street and you're alone and you're acting out a song and you don't realize like you look crazy. Like if somebody videoed you doing that, like you look crazy. Like you look like as an officer, I should ask you if you are okay. Like I need to check on you right now. Like are you on, you look like you could be having like, yeah, you need to be somebody need to check wellness check. And then if I ask you, like, hey, how you doing? Where you going? You live around, and then you go right into a defense mechanism. Oh, yeah, you need to come with me. You need to come with me. So yeah, so people look crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like we act songs out now. We don't hum or like we don't do that anymore. So
Matarai, he's from Ohio. He said he was born with a harmonica. Shout out to Matarai.
okay, hold on. That might be. We might want to see that. We might want to send some folks, make sure he all right. That's you wasn't born with a harmonica.
He from Ohio, so they like
Stop that. Stop violating Ohio. Nobody in Ohio
that
was born with harmonicas, though.
he,
Like
he
you.
he he was born with. I'm telling you, he was born. They put one in his crib when he was a baby.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Because they like Ohio where he's
So
at.
he might be at the GOAT level with it, but I'm just saying he didn't come out of his mom with a harmonica like that.
Nah,
That's a little.
it was in his crib. Most kids had a baby shaker. He had a harmonica and
No, no,
shit.
no, no. I tried to get my babies on harmonicas. Like that was something they all had as children, so they know
Yeah,
about harmonicas.
yeah.
So he just had really good parents.
Yeah, he lives in Ohio, so they're like in 1965 where he lives at. So
Why they can't be just good parents? Stop saying they in Ohio. Ohio ain't got nothing to do with it. They do
you
got the
ever been to
snake mound
Ohio?
out there, though. They got the snake mound out there. And I can't front. Some of the best, highest quality humans I've ever met were from Ohio.
Yeah, that's because they haven't seen the rest of American civilization yet.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna go that far.
They don't get TV. They don't got Wi-Fi out there. They haven't been infected yet.
Unnecessary. See, I knew it was coming. Unnecessary roughness. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. It sounded like a backwards compliment, but he cut it short, so I knew it was. I knew it was still more coming.
That nigga TV still got a hanger on top of
Yeah,
it.
see, the Ohio people were celebrating too. In the earlier part of this diatribe here, they were celebrating, like, no, don't cut him off, Inky. Yeah, that's right. Ohio, yeah, Ohio. I was like, that don't do that yet. You celebrate
You ever been to
too early.
Ohio?
A lot. Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you do in Ohio?
My man Diallo Morgan, shout out to him. He was the one that got me speaking all over the everywhere.
How'd you
So
get to the venue? You rode on the back of a cow?
I'm gonna go ahead and plead the Fifth Amendment right now.
You got to
I
ride a donkey from the airport in
think this
Ohio.
no, it was very up to date vehicles, loud music, like it was very, very good. People were up to date.
So you put a boombox on the back of a wagon?
No, sir. No, sir. Stop violating Ohio, man.
I've been to Ohio. It was a strange place, man. It's a strange place.
Well, you do have some places in Ohio that are introspective. I'm gonna say that.
Yes, extremely.
But that's because they got a Midwestern vibe and
Right.
They're like not Midwestern though. They have to stop it.
Yeah, I was out in Akron. It's
You know, there's a lot of people that think they in the Midwest that's not. Like that's a big thing out here in Detroit. Like I have to tell people all the time, like you do know we on the East Coast, right? Like, no, it's the Midwest. Chicago right there. I'm like, no, 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 no. Chicago starts the Midwest. Yeah, we are a hop, skip, and a jump from New York. We could be in New York in 2 hours if it wasn't for the Great Lakes. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, yeah, this is not, we are on Eastern Standard Time. Michigan is East Coast, baby.
all right. All right. We'll let it slide for now. We'll let it slide for now. Let's go to the last clip here. This is on NAD. NAD. I see a lot of people selling this. I see a lot of people taking this. We're gonna play this last clip. This clip is 38 seconds. I'm about to let it rip now.
And I just so you know, I have an extreme disdain for this individual.
This
But
guy.
yeah, I think his name is David Sinclair or something. I'm well aware of this guy.
I want to know about the drama too. So we're gonna play the clip. After I play the clip, I want you to tell me about your beef with him. You know, and then we're gonna
Your beef with him. See, you don't even know you got beef with these guys. These guys is the ops. But go ahead, play the clip.
All right, let's get it. 3, 2.
Got super high NAD levels because I've been supplementing for about 7 years now with NMN, which is a precursor to NAD.
Stay there. Okay, I want to go there. So, of the people that I know that look freakishly and unusually young for their age, that I have met in, say, the last 36 months, I cannot get over how many of them have told me that I'm on NAD, and I'm talking about everywhere from a gym to a golf course to a business meeting. And I'm talking about visually, shockingly looking young people. Mainly people in their 50s that look like they could be in their 30s or early 40s to me.
Got super high NAD.
All right, so he said these people 50 years old, they look young, they taking NAD. Before we get to that, I think this dude's name is Dr. David Sinclair. Yeah.
He's a scammer.
He's a scammer.
Mm-hmm.
And I should have beef with him.
Everybody should. It depends on what side of maybe not everybody, but I know for sure you and a lot of the whole Tepistan community.
Let's get it. I'm all about that. Fuck that. Why we running down on him?
Because he's a scammer. Okay. He's scamming everybody with facts, which is what makes it so difficult to see the scam. You know what I'm saying? But he's one of those guys that I be pointing out when I'm like, yo, yeah, I gotta stop watching these people on these platforms. You know what I'm saying? Because they look at my channel, I be getting 500 views, 900, You're like, Inky, Then they go over there, they see he on the platform, they getting 60,000 views in 2 hours, or they these big mega. And so people believe that means something, you know what I'm saying? And so they'll watch these guys and then they'll come back and ask me the questions like, well, Inky, I hear what you're saying, but guess what? I heard about this guy and he was saying that the NMN, people don't realize this is what I do. So anybody that's in the health field, 9 out of 10 times, I already know exactly who they are, where they from, what they teaching, how long they've been teaching it. You know what I'm saying? Like this guy. Most people don't know this guy works for Bill Gates. This is Bill Gates' arm. Yeah, this is Bill Gates' arm. Yeah, that's why he exists, because and then all that resveratrol research comes from him and Bill Gates. So this is why I tell people stop talking that resveratrol talk and you drinking a whole bunch of wine, because like no, go get you some grapes and knock it off. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you get you some grapes and knock it off. You know what I'm saying? Like, but the whole idea with this guy is he put up a whole, and I said, listen, because there was a whole window when he came out and he was hot. He was the new guy on YouTube and everybody was on him. And then, like the big platforms was quoting him and bringing him on to, talk about his new techniques and blah, 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 to extend life and blah, all this crazy. And I was like, listen, Once I know what your blueprint is, I already know a Scammy Davis Jr. program is coming. I already know it. And so he came out and he was resveratrol. And so people was like, no, but you talk about resveratrol. I was like, yeah, but me and him made this. I said, all right. I keep telling y'all Kemet. Now you gonna tell me because I said resveratrol and he said resveratrol. We on the same time. He's telling you resveratrol is based on some Harvard studies based on Bill Gates funding. I'm telling you resveratrol because the grape and Osiris, but you going, hey, we not the same. So we in the same, we not the same. We in different boats here. I'm telling you, Kemet, we was on grapes and grape nutrients 5,000 years ago. Now you Johnny come lately, wait for the other shoe to drop. So, he drops, later on they come out with the NAD after they had a whole little mishap and debacle with telomeres and Horvath clocks and methyl markers and all of these theories that never fully panned out, right? Came back with the NAD. And before we go any further with NAD and NMN, right? All he's talking about is vitamin B3. So I just need people to understand it's not even that deep, right? It's not even that deep. It's vitamin B3. So let's just breathe for a minute because we get deep watching these folks and we don't realize how the Scammy Davis Jr. So they didn't hit you with the Scammy Davis. Oh, no, no. The NMN is NAD, but it's a very high concentrated form and it's outlawed by the government because it's so healthy for you. And you can only get it from my man, right? I mean, from this guy right here that like we gotta relax. You know what I'm saying? Like when he came out, he was telling folks that it was banned by the government, but he had the plug to the guy who bought up all the supply before it got banned. And if you hit this website right here, right? But the problem is that we live in a culture, right? The problem is that we live in a culture where every movie, every TV show, even all the podcasts and all the YouTubes, even Puff Daddy's trial is dominated by liquor salesmen. We don't really understand the hidden hand. The hidden hand is the liquor. And I know y'all like, wait a minute. Come on, Inky. Because Hotep Jesus done already told me. I talk too slow. So I already know. Like, hold on. Inky, not only do you talk too slow, you going way around the globe to get back to the point. That's because y'all don't understand enough of the information to know that I'm not going around the globe. It just seems like it, right? So, the reason why I'm explaining to y'all that all this alcohol in the culture is the problem because alcohol is high in fructose. Fructose, especially from alcohol, inhibits your body from metabolizing tryptophan. Tryptophan is your body's number one source of vitamin B3 slash NAD. So, because we live in a society where our foods are loaded with fructose, and then our leisure, which is alcohol everywhere. If we get sad, we supposed to have some drinks. If we get happy, we supposed to celebrate with some drinks. If we going to play some sports, we supposed to have a six pack. Like if we get ready to get romantic, we pop some champagne on pop. Like there's no scenario where we're not supposed to have alcohol. We don't realize that this whole alcohol poisoning is the problem. It's the reason why we all have low NAD levels. And like I said earlier, remember when we was talking about the electricity and breaking down food, I was saying NAD is the electron carrier. Remember, I said melanin is able to grab the electrons from the coherent domains in the water, pass it off to NAD then turn around, feed mitochondria, feed other organelles. That's what NAD does. When your body breaks down carbohydrates, NAD is the shuttle for the electrons. That's what NAD does. But if your body doesn't have that much, NAD on hand, that can't happen. And then the things that the things that rely on NAD to power them up, to bring them the current, the juice, the currency, the electricity, they don't function as good, right? And one of those things is sirtuins, right? So people talk about autophagy, they don't even have a good healthy pool of NAD, right? To feed the sirtuins to get, the repair and all that going on. So that's the issue with that. You know what I'm saying? NAD is the primary electron carrier in your body that carries electrons all over the place to spread that juice. And so in our food and with the alcohol, we have a wide variety of things that neutralizes our body's ability to produce NAD. So there's that. So
So,
yes,
so,
NAD
but
is
he,
important. Go
but he
ahead.
said NMN, NMN.
That's another form, but your body makes that naturally. So you
Now,
ain't got to worry about that.
if you start taking NAD, will your body stop making NAD?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
nah. But you will feel it.
you will feel
So
what?
you'll feel tingling sensation wherever it's at. So some people are scared of it because they'd be like, "Oh, my body started burning." Your body did not start burning. You just got a little tingly because, yeah, that NAD start changing that blood flow.
When you're taking it.
Yeah,
So
when
should you take it?
you have a high quality. Absolutely, I do every day.
You take NAD pills?
No, but I have it in like some of my herbal formulas.
So you take it from your herbal formulas and as a compound.
Yep. But I suggest people thinking about it. Maybe they have some in their house. I mean, it's vitamin B3. Like you need B vitamins. Like this is don't make this deep. Like it's B3. Look up B3 and NAD, and then you'll see like, oh, okay. So yeah, your
Yeah,
body's
I did
gonna.
that already. It says right here, NAD, nicotinamide,
Yeah.
adenine dinucleotide. It sounds like a bad black bitch married a Roman. Um, is considered the bioactive form of vitamin B3 because the body converts different forms
Boom.
of vitamin B3 into NAD.
Boom.
Vitamin B3 is an essential nutrient that comes in various forms, including nicotinic,
Yep.
niacin.
Just like nicotine.
Your body uses these forms as precursors to synthesize NAD, which is the active coenzyme required for essential cellular function like energy metabolism, DNA repair, and cell signaling. Think of it this way. Vitamin B3 is like the raw materials, and your body's cells are the factory that uses those materials to build the final product,
Now look, just
NAD.
stop that. Stop that, right? And type in tryptophan and then NAD.
Okay. Let's see. The Google demons are working. Yes, there is a strong connection between tryptophan and NAD. Tryptophan is an essential amino acid that serves as a precursor for the de novo. Oh, I just learned de novo from your book.
Yep.
De novo is life, right?
Yeah, that's when your body's making it
Yeah, right.
naturally.
I think in Latin it means life or something like that. To give life, I think is what the Latin term is. As a precursor for the de novo synthesis of NAD
Boom.
plus in the body.
So anything that messes with the tryptophan messes with the NAD.
Right.
And we got that going on 24/7. All of the junk foods, all of the snack, all of the alcohol, it don't matter what kind. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So here's the thing. This is why I said he's scamming people with the facts. Because in social media world, they show little clips. Like that clip you showed was 38 seconds, right? That's 38 seconds of him telling truth. Even though he put a little juice on it for social media, it's truth, it's fact. So what happens is if you actually listen to any of his full-blown lectures or read his book, his whole entire program, his whole entire program is to get people to extend their lives, longevity, by changing the laws, right? So him and the Bill Gates Foundation, they're lobbying to have the laws changed so that aspirin, what is it? Is aspirin and diabetes medication. Yeah, aspirin and diabetes medication can everybody can take that for the rest of their life. That is his solution. That is what they came up with. That's what he put that money to with the full power of the Harvard Research Institute behind him. That's what they came up with, that everybody needs to be taking aspirin and diabetes medication for the rest of their lives in order to live longer, healthier lives. And he was saying this before Ozempic and all those other drugs hit the market. This is
Aspirin's
how,
a blood thinner, right?
absolutely. So it's not that people need to clean their blood. It's just as their vessels get more clogged up, just make the blood even thinner so it could slip through this tinier spaces.
That sounds counterproductive.
That sounds wicked. That sounds wicked.
Why would you
Holy,
want to? Why would you want to
that's
thin your
demonic.
blood?
That's demonic. Think about it. Your blood has to carry your nutrients around, right? So the thinner your blood, the less nutrients your blood can carry. Yeah. So that's insane. That's
Exactly.
insane.
Exactly.
But understanding that he was the arm of Bill Gates, it made sense that he would lure people in with a natural sounding holistic idea of vitamins and antioxidants being super impactful to your longevity because like everybody kind of knows that already. So you like, oh yeah, he dropping it, he talking that talk. And then when you get deep into the program, you go, oh, so he wants us to follow and support him as he's talking about taking it's another drug too. Three drugs, three prescription drugs. Well, aspirin's not prescription, but he wants people to take prescription strength and the diabetes thing and another drug every day for the rest of your life. He says that he's been doing it and he looks young because he's on these drugs.
Yeah, he's bragging about how young he looks.
Yeah, that's his thing. I look young because I'm on this drug cocktail. I'm taking, two or three different prescription drugs a day, and that's how I'm so healthy. And I'm like, wait, did he just like, as a black person, I can recognize it when I see it because that's literally what like we made up a whole language called Ebonics. Like we literally just took words, got rid of the actual definition, and then threw our own definition on there. And that's what I said, did he just take the health word and just did something else with it? Like he just made health different. And then he's going to use his credentials. You see, these are the credentials guys. He's going to use his credentials to legitimize what he did with the health word. Because if you're on a lifetime of drugs, you are not healthy. That is the opposite of health. There is no universe where taking prescription drugs for the rest of your life means that you're healthy, except for people that are heavily invested in pharmaceutical drugs. But he flipped it and bounced it, and I was like, "Yo, he pulled that off." I had to step back out of myself for a second and just look at the grift, like the scam, like the con. I was like, man, he cleaned with that one. That was nice right there. He done turned prescription drugs into fruits and vegetables, and he he done slipped that right on in, and and the senescent cells, and so what's going to happen is your obesity, and it's going to be under control because we're going to. Woo, woo, woo. I was like, yeah, that's clean right there. He done turned lifetime worth of prescription drugs into health. I was like, that's masterful. I'm not buying what you're selling, and I'm going to make sure that none of my people are buying what you're selling. But as a guy from 158th Street in the Bronx, I can definitely recognize when, he's got the tops with the little ball thingy, the three tops with the ball, sometimes you walk by and you be like, oh, he just started doing that. He don't know what he's doing. And then some guys, they looking smooth with that thing. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, he good with that three card. It's three card Monty. That's the cards when they flip, but it's another one with the top. He's smooth with it. He's smooth with it. Yeah, he's definitely got it.
Tanai said you thin the blood because medicine is about drugging the fish, not cleaning the fish tank. Oh man.
Woo. That's a ball right
I just looked up this drug. Dupixent. Dupixent. You know about Dupixent?
I don't even need to. I don't have to. I know the drug game.
It says with the generic name Dupilumab is a biological medication used to treat a variety of conditions. It says it works by blocking interleukin 4 and interleukin 13, two proteins that play a role in causing inflammation.
That's crazy. So, we have a couple of books where I talk about this. We affectionately named it the melanin, the melanocyte language. But I talk about all of the different cytokines or interleukins. So that word is interchangeable. That those terms are interchangeable to some degree. Cytokines and interleukins. But that right there that's not it. You messing with interleukin 4 and 13, like that's not it. Those are not even those are not even the three ruffians. Like I done got to the three ruffians when it comes to bio, like inflammation. The main suspects you got to deal with is number 1, number 6, and then tumor necrosis factor. Those are the three interleukins or cytokines that are usually at the scene of every form, every problem. It don't matter whether you got inflammation from falling on the ground or a ventilator with COVID, like it is, them three gonna be there. Them three gonna be there. But the crazier thing is, okay, so early on in discovery of cytokines and interleukins, they was using interleukins for a lot of, it's like super advanced, expensive cancer treatments and all kinds of stuff because they learned that interleukins is how cells talk to each other. Like it's cellular language, like literally cells talk to each other with interleukins. Um, the same way like we think of hormones, you know what I'm saying? But glands produce hormones. All cell tissues produce cytokines. All cells produce interleukins, right? But early on, the research wasn't that deep. We ain't know about that, you know what I'm saying? So you don't have chemokines and myokines yet. Myokines is the newcomer, but it's just subcategories for cytokines, you know what I'm saying? So my point though is an inflammatory cytokine over here, especially like IL-4 or 13, is inducing a critical set of biochemical reactions somewhere else. So it's almost impossible to play around with the interleukins without creating, drastic side effects.
Let me tell you more about this drug. So it says the active ingredient is dupilumab. It says this is a human monoclonal antibody that binds to the interleukin 4 receptor alpha. By blocking the IL-4 interleukin 4 receptor, it inhibits the signaling of IL-4 and IL-13, which are key drivers of type 2 inflammation. It has an approximate molecular weight of 147. It says here recombinant DNA technology. It says the dupilumab antibody is produced using recombinant DNA technology. Chinese hamster ovary cells. Specifically, it's produced in Chinese hamster ovary cells in cell culture. These CHO cells are genetically engineered to express dupilumab antibody. The manufacture involves a standard monoclonal antibody production process with three main parts: upstream processing, downstream processing, and formulation. In summary, Dupixent is a manufactured biologic medicine. The active ingredient, dupilumab, is produced using recombinant DNA technology in Chinese hamster ovary cells and is not derived from plants.
Yeah, so I would have more problem with that than anything else. The fact that they make it in rat ovaries and then sell it to people.
So how do you get somebody off this drug?
Well, I mean, listen, I'm not against drugs. Let me say that for the record, because this is sounding dark, right? If you're about to die, you listen. I'm pro-life, so you need to eat poop. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever you need to do to survive. You know what I'm saying? Like do that, right? But I think the blueprint to health is the same. Like we gotta do the right things. You know what I'm saying? Like we know what those things are already. For the most part, though, we just don't like to do them. There's nobody that's watching this broadcast that don't know like what I'm gonna say. Eat more fruits and more plants, right? Exercise more, more sunlight, more good water, more like we know these things.
They saying they're using this for their eczemas.
What?
Eczemas.
Eczema?
Yeah.
Eczema?
Eczema.
Skin?
Skin.
Dry skin?
Yeah.
That's crazy. See, that's where it gets crazy. The reason why people doing things like that's crazy. Like just go down 125th. Like you get a million different like flavors and smells of shea butter. Like you could just get the shea butter. Yeah, go get the shea
I'm
butter.
heavy on the shea butter.
Yeah. Now maybe in the summertime you might want to switch it up to like the coconut or the batana. You know what I'm saying? But because the shea butter is heavy.
It is heavy. It's heavy on your skin.
Now people be whipping it. You know what I'm saying? And when they whip it, I done seen some wicked practices. So the shea butter, it's got wild.
What you mean it's got wicked?
Because you whip it.
Right.
Well, you blending it up. You
Right.
stretch it, you
Right.
cutting it. Yeah. So people have been cutting their shea butter with all kind of crazy things to get that money. Yeah. Including DP, which is like a blank oil that people use in the oil business. Right? So people that sell oils on the street, I don't know if people watching, know about street oils, like
Egyptian musk and all of that.
all of them joints, frankincense and all that. And you go some places, them joints be real thick, and then you go other places, they be mad thin. That's because they cut them. You know what I'm saying? And you got to do that sometime to make your money, depending on where you are in the food chain. If you're buying it from somebody, buying it from somebody, buying it from somebody, you're gonna have to cut it to get your money. But if you get it, like relatively close to the source, then you're going to get it at a decent price where you can sell it like nice and thick, like raw type,
That
similar
shit
with
sound like the drug game.
It's definitely the drug game. The problem is that people don't realize the drug game is the corporate game. So anytime you describe corporate practice, you're describing the streets. You know what I'm saying? That's why, people that are really successful in the streets, it's easy for them to translate over into corporate settings because they already know all the rules. Like it's the same.
Mm.
You're already dealing with shrink, inventory management, buying, selling, like export, like import, it's all the same.
Yeah,
The
customer
only thing different
satisfaction.
is the item. No, you're not dealing with customer satisfaction. That's what makes people from the street very good corporate, shrewd business folks. You're dealing with addicts. You're not dealing with customer satisfaction. That's a confusion. That's very few businesses need to really worry about customer satisfaction. You're dealing with addicts. Big business, they're dealing with addicts. That's why we watch TV shows because we get addicted to them. That's why we eat certain foods because we're addicted to them. That's why people are watching Pornhub. You know how many people watching this live stream, stop watching, masturbated, then turn back on? Like they went to Pornhub and came back. Like people are addicted to porn. Like it's
Wash your hands, you nasty niggas. Wash your hands before you touch that sticky keyboard.
different. These keyboards is crazy. Don't even think. Just get you a cover for that keyboard. Like go get you a little $11. That keyboard is suffering from all manner of debauchery. Yeah.
Um, do you have a special who would you suggest you get your shea butter from? Cause the last batch
I'm
of
I'm
shea butter
working
I
on
got.
something. Listen, I'm working on something. I've been working on a formula for the last 2 years.
Okay.
I've been working on something for the last 2 years. So at some point it's gonna come out. Now until then, I don't even know
The
because it's
last
hard
batch,
to.
the last batch of shea butter I got was too thick. I had to melt it down and stir it up.
That probably was nah. That might be who you should keep going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it sounds like you got it close to off the boat.
Yeah, like I could barely put my finger in it and get my. So
Yeah,
I melted it down a little bit, and
that's the raw bricks right there.
mmm,
Yeah, that's the bricks right there. That's how they come.
mmm.
Big bricks like that. That's how they come.
So I should have
That's,
kept it like that.
well, I mean, no, you do what you want to do with it.
Right.
Yeah, you do what you want to do with it. But you know what you're putting in it. You know what I'm
Well, I
saying? You
didn't
know
put nothing in it.
you're
I just
stepping
melted
on it.
it down and stirred it up.
Oh, well, yeah, but so you ain't put nothing in it. So that my point is, you're transforming it to how you want it to be, how you want to use it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you're in control of that, so you know what's in there.
I got you.
Other folks is putting smell goods in there. They putting, stuff that you probably wouldn't put on your skin. Like, so here's the thing. Shea butter people, right? For the most part, shea butter people are people that are going natural, right? So the shea butter market has exploded. Home
Right.
business, you
Right.
know what I'm saying?
Exploded.
So so now people have to do, like do a little something, do something strange for a little bit of change. You know what I'm saying? Like so my shea butter gotta be different than his shea butter. You know what I'm saying? So I got the bubble gum colors,
Market differentiation.
I got my shea butter's purple and it smells like polo cologne. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like bro, the shea butter market is crazy. So the problem is, in order to differentiate yourself in the shea butter market, people are adding things that people going into shea butter, they're turning away from other chemical stuffs. They don't want the lotion because of the chemicals in the lotions and the perfumes and the potpourris and the bath body. Like they're running from the chemicals to the shea butter, and the shea butter sellers are loading up the shea butter with the very chemicals that they're running away from so that they can sell more shea butter and make their shea butter unique on the marketplace. You know what I'm saying? So,
Saw say he got lavender shea butter. I never even heard of lavender shea butter.
well, lavender shea butter that's gangster. As long as it's just lavender in the shea butter, like
It
that's
might be
gangster.
a lavender essential oil.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's gangster right there. That's fire right there. That's a nice little combination.
A-
Like
a-
using essential oils in the shea butter is cool. You know what I'm saying? Like that ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, yeah.
But like I said, the shea butter market is wow. Shea butter is like sea moss gel. Like it's wow out there. It's wow out there.
M4 said his shea butter decalcifies your pineal gland.
You gotta relax on my man M4, bro. Yeah, that's my guy
That's
right
what
there.
he said. That's what he
That's
said.
my brother
M4
from
said it.
another mother right there. He trolling. He M4, man.
That's what he said.
But you got it out there though. I'm just saying, it's yeah, it's pineal gland shea butter out
M4, you ain't got these moon rocks though. You ain't
there.
got these moon rocks. I got the moon rocks, man. 320 tonight. Tonight's episode only. I got the moon rocks. You could talk to your
Unnecessary roughness.
ancestors. You put them right on your forehead when you go to sleep. Talk to your ancestors. You ain't got these moon rocks. $320 don't go on the night. They hot.
Unnecessary roughness. I'm out of here now. We closing out. We closing out, family.
Hey, if you buy now, I'll make sure to get you some angel checks along with it. Okay, send your date of birth, the time you was born, how much money you want appear in your bank account.
Listen, you got to remember out there, people. You need to know a person's program. Like when it comes to the health stuff, like you need to know somebody's program because that's going to tell you what it is that you're supporting. You know, you supporting David Sinclair, you don't realize that what he's saying on the front end may be good, but what he's trying to do with your support may be ultimately like what you're against. You know what I'm saying? So he's definitely Bill Gates' arm promoting pharmaceutical drugs as holistic healthcare and longevity.
Right, right. That's crazy. That's a hell of a twist.
Man, I'm telling you, he took the term health, like he took the term healthy and did something so crazy. It was hip hop. It was straight hip hop what he did with it. Like he totally turned the word into something totally different. He made it his own. Like I was like, man, just in an abstract sense, I have to appreciate the way he did that. That was magnificent. Now, in a realistic sense, I'm going to definitely say he's a demon, and that was demonic, and he's working with the devil if it ever was one. But I had to admire his wordsmithery, if that's even a word. See, I might have just man, I might have just did it right there. His wordsmithery. Yeah. In fact, I couldn't believe it. My man was like, yeah, and see how I look so young? I'm 78 years old and I look like I'm 25. He hit him with the Billy Carson. I'm 78 years old and I look 25. And that's because I'm taking metformin every day. I was like, wait, what? He's like, yeah, I don't even have diabetes. I was like, hold on. Puffy is on trial right now with less evidence. My man just said he's taking prescription drugs every day and he does not have the disease that goes along with it. Is that's definitely illegal. So now see, there's some of that racism now. That's when we need homeboy. What's his name? James, whatever, the congressman. That's when we need him to pop out.
Jamal Bowman.
Man, Jamal supposed to pop out on him like, hold on now. If somebody get high next to Puff Daddy here in Rico, now he is confessing to getting illegal pharmaceutical drugs and using them for other purposes than they're labeled. I said, right, that's what's that comedian? What's the comedian used to be down with Richard Pryor? He got the complexion for the protection.
Where is Where is nitric oxide in chem at? Did they know about nitric oxide?
Well, nitric oxide is a term. So here's the thing. With Kemet, we got to realize that we're talking about English versus metal nature. And we're talking about a substance and, you know, benefits and all of that. So if you ask me, absolutely they knew about nitric oxide. They talked about Anubis. They talked about the gods living in the back of the nose, right? We wouldn't even know what nitric oxide was without Kemet.
How you figure that?
Because like our whole idea of fertilizer and all of that stuff comes from the temple of Amun.
The fertilizer.
The main substance in fertilizer is nitrogen.
Ah, true. Yes, yes. And that's weird. What they got to do with our moon?
It was discovered at the temple of Amun.
Nitrogen?
The just yeah, like the whole quaternary ammonium compounds, you know what I'm saying? Like
Oh,
yeah.
like that fertilizer.
Yeah, but this is all in the same pocket. Like we have these conversations, we got to realize these are so nitrates, nitrites, nitric oxygen, quaternary ammonium, like that's all of this stuff is in the same pocket. So ammonia is nitrogen and hydrogen. So just in case, so nitric oxide is nitrogen and oxygen, but it's nitrogen is, the star of the show, hardworking, Mr. Dynamite. Soul clap.
Nitrogen.
Yeah. But ammonia, so ammonia is, and then ammonia compounds, right, are nitrogen and hydrogen compounds. So this is what I'm saying. See, look, bro, I was trying to, this is why I be saying sometimes, and when I was arguing with Reggie, I was really explaining this hardcore to Sonetta Studios and Reggie, and because Reggie was like, bro, what you're saying is not making sense to our conversation. I was like, no, you don't understand what I'm saying enough to understand how it's relevant. Because at the time we were talking about COVID. And I was like, you do realize that the largest moneymaker during COVID was Lysol. And he was like, yeah, but that has nothing to do with chemet or chemetic science or biology or medicine, Inky. Inky. That's how he say, Inky, you don't even know what you're talking about. I was like, bro, you don't even know what you're talking about. And this is why I'm saying the guys who do the chemetic science, you guys that study chemetic rocks or chemetic words, respectfully, you're not even in the same ballpark, man. You gotta relax. So then I took them on a little Google search. I was like, okay, so let's look up Lysol and disinfectants, like the stuff that kills 99.9999% of all germs, including coronaviruses. Let's look that up. And then when you see that those are quaternary ammonium compounds, let's go on down the rabbit hole and look and see where those were discovered. And then when we find out ammonia discovered at the temple of Amun, we'll see that, like I've been saying, while you guys have been saying black folks need reparations, I've been saying, nah, just hit me with a little PC on the money off of y'all running amok with our intellectual property. How about us have an intellectual property conversation instead of reparations? Because if I could just get me a little PC off of how much money y'all done made off of disinfectant spray, yeah.
So wait. So what was the argument with you and Reggie? You were saying that the active
Well, the
ingredient in
whole thing was
Lysol is
about, yeah, well, I was saying that, like, if we study comedic science, it'll translate into money. You know what I'm saying? If we start getting deep into these conversations, and then, He was like, how that don't even make no sense. And I was like, all right, well, let's take this for example. Trillions of dollars was made during COVID of comedic science. He was like, what are you talking about? I was like, Lysol is prime example. These are quaternary ammonium compounds. Kills all stuff, all of the germs. Discovered at the Temple of Amun. So, primary example. Imagine if we had that still, copyright protected. The children of Kemet were still only making that.
You saying in Kemet we had the chemical compounds available for Lysol?
And way more stuff. Yeah. I'm saying that they discovered it at the Temple of Amun. And I'm saying we had a whole bunch of stuff in Kemet. Sure. They discovered mad laboratories, mad chemical, like the whole chemical laboratory. Hold on. The idea we have in our mind when we think of a chemical laboratory where scientists is in there with beakers and Bunsen burners and all that, that is Kemetic. Literally, that comes from Kemet. That is Kemetic fabric society. That's how we did it in Kemet. So we think in the wrong way. We keep trying to find Kemet in the science of today instead of realizing that the science of today came from Kemet. So there's no part of it that doesn't owe itself to Kemet.
So Temple Amun got all these different chemical
Well,
compounds.
specifically the quaternary ammonium comes
What, the
from.
who?
So quaternary ammonium compounds.
Is that
Yeah,
what Lysol is?
that's the root of the Lysol brand. Yeah.
Wow. So when
But
they
ammonia, but hold on.
has to be created.
Listen, ammonia, chemical fertilizers, disinfectants, all of that owe itself to the discoveries that came from Kemet.
But that those things have to be like combined and created, right?
Yeah, but they discovered the chemicals there in the floor in Kemet. Like it was
Well, I'm
already.
saying in Kemet, right? Like in Kemet, are
Oh,
those.
absolutely. But nature does some stuff. That's why we was exploring nature, the natural path. You know what I'm saying? Nature does some stuff.
So when they found the quaternary ammonium in Kemet, was it in a beaker? Was it in a sarcophagus? Was it on the ground?
It was coming out of the ground at the Temple of Amun.
It's coming out of the ground.
Yeah,
Outside the temple?
I
Inside the
believe
temple?
just outside the temple, spilling into it. You can look it up.
What do I type in?
Mm. I have to go down the rabbit hole. The Google demon should get you there though.
Temple,
Type
Amun,
in Temple of Amun and start there probably. And then
ammonia.
type, yeah, boom. Try that. See what the Google demons find. You might have to search around though, but the Google demons
Ancient
should.
Romans and others collected deposits of ammonium chloride, a
There you
mineral
go.
near the
There you
temple
go.
of Jupiter Amun in ancient Libya near Siwa Oasis.
There you go.
Salt of Amun. They call this mineral sal ammoniacus.
There you go.
Salt of Amun. Origin name of ammonia.
Come on now.
Name. Ammonia and ammonium compounds ultimately derive from the name. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh shit! Come from sal ammoniacus, and sal ammoniacus is from the salt of Amun.
Absolutely.
Nigga, I washed my floor with ammonium today. I was washing my floor with the Temple of Amun.
Type in quaternary ammonium with an M on the end.
How do you spell that? Qua what?
Quartery.
Nary.
Yep.
Ammonium.
Yep.
Yo,
and then type in Lysol, and the rabbit hole should keep on going.
hold on. Quaternary ammonium and then Lysol.
Yeah, or just type in the quaternary ammonium and see what where that take you. But
Quaternary ammonium Lysol. Yes, some Lysol products contain quaternary ammonium compounds, QACs, as active ingredients, particularly those designed for disinfecting and sanitizing surfaces. Shout out to Willie Will. Thank you for the 5 gifted. These compounds are responsible for killing a wide range of bacteria, viruses, and fungi.
so let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. So the 90, like I said, so the stuff that kills the 99.9999% of the germs, that came from the Temple of Amun.
So
That
when you
part.
talking to Reggie and he like, what this got to do with Kemet,
He don't know
nigga?
nothing. Like most folks, they don't know no better. They don't know no better.
The chemical that sold the most during COVID is literally from the Temple of Amun.
Fact. And named after Amun, I guess. That's what it is.
And named after it.
Yeah. See, we think it's a joke when we say, "Oh, Amun and ammonia." Like it sounds like it, but that's not real. That's pseudoscience. You're just making that be what you want it to. Like, no. Just you take a look. It's in a book, The Reading Rainbow. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just like allergic to books. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Damn, we was Lysol.
we had that work, man.
You see the shirt I got on?
Listen, the antibiotics.
You see
and
what
all
that shirt
stuff,
say, Inky?
We was kings.
Huh?
We
You
was
see what that
kings.
shirt say?
Yeah.
I came prepared tonight.
Listen. Everything comes from Kemet, bro. The antibiotics, all of that. It's not Alexander Fleming. It's this Kemet.
That's crazy.
All that comes from Kemet, bro.
That's crazy. Oh man. Lauren said we are kings. No. We was kings. We are gods.
Ooh. I'm gonna just add, the netchers, netchers.
We are netches. We was kings. We are netches.
Yeah.
Let's be clear.
I'm trying to get folks to replace the N word with netchers now.
You trying to get us to do that?
I'm trying to get everybody to do that.
Yeah, I don't like it.
It's way better.
I don't like it.
It's way better.
Why is it better?
Are you kidding?
Why is it better? Nigga sounds better.
No, it doesn't. What? Nigga sounds better than netcher? Are you insane?
Yes.
I knew you was trying to get brought up on charges tonight.
Phonetically, it follows the rules of
I think you've successfully done it. I think you've done it. I don't think you have to try anymore. I think
No,
you've
I'm
successfully
telling
earned
you.
yourself some charges.
As far as marketing is concerned, there's a reason why certain names stand the test of time, right?
Listen.
And it has to do with sharp
Nigga.
consonants. There are only a certain
Nigga
there are only a
comes from
certain
Netcher.
set
Hold on,
there
hold
are
on.
only a certain set of letters that have sharp sounds. You got k and you got g. That's it. And you got k, b, duh, and g. If you
Listen.
can, that's why you got Nike.
That
That's
shit
why
is
you
the
got
parent.
Gucci,
No.
Google, nigga.
Yeah, no, sir. You got no, sir. You got no, sir. You got Google, nigga, and no, sir. Listen. Netcher is the first. When you trace back the term and we go, yeah, okay, so yeah, the white folks made it derogatory, but you go back to Africa and Japan and Asia and you got the ba 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 ba. When you keep tracing that term back, that term goes all the way back to Netcher.
Yeah, well, they made it a hot line. I made it a hot song.
That's fine.
we,
Just
we upgrading, okay?
just
We picking up where they left off. We taking it to another level.
you might the charges that you might get brought on might be beyond Hotepistan. You might this is blasphemy here. Like you are going crazy tonight. You are in rare form. And I'm gonna say I appreciate this because you are showing out for Dr. Inky's birthday show. So I think we're gonna go ahead and extend. I'm gonna give you my birthday pass because you need it.
Nigga, please.
Good time.
Ask Inky the real question: Jay-Z or Nas? Ooh,
That's the
Jay-Z
real
or
question.
Nas? That's the question of the night. That comes from Dr. Tanai Ricks, especially. That's his question.
That's the real question. Jay-Z or Nas?
Yes, sir. We
I'm gonna
we
go.
need to know.
I'm gonna go Jay-Z on that one.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'd rather die enormous than live dormant.
That's how we on it. Live at the main
Live at the
event.
main event.
I
I
bet a
bet a
trip to
trip to
Maui on
Maui
it.
on it.
Viva Las Vegas, see ya. Met you at the crap table. Meet me by the one that
And
starts a
it starts
G
to
up.
G up because ain't no fraud Willies present gambling
When
they
they
re
re
up.
up. And we can have a pleasant time sipping margaritas. Cheer.
Do you know why I'm gonna go Hove? I'm gonna go Hove because Hove was never ignorant. Hove started off in the knowledge and then realized that the knowledge wasn't gonna get him the bag and then switched over specifically, changed the flow, changed the subject. Like, oh, this is what, okay, let me slow this down, get to this bag. And then the whole time I'm reminding y'all, like, hey, focus, don't listen to what I'm saying. Remember, I'm saying this because this gets me the bag. And when emergencies happen, I pull up with the bag. I wouldn't have the bag if I wasn't. You know what I'm saying? So, if it was anybody else, I would probably go Nas, but Nas lost it after a little while. Nas didn't keep the he didn't keep the edge. Yeah, Nas didn't keep the edge. Nas is like Jordan. I look at Nas and Jay like Jordan and LeBron. You know what I'm saying? So I say in a short time period, like Nas was hotter than any other rapper ever was. There's a window where Nas was hotter than any other rapper. Like the things that he was saying would make you want to pull your skin off your body. Like he was just doing things with the bars that was like sneak a Uzi on the island in my army jacket line and hit the earth like a comet invasion. Nas is like an Afrocentric Asian, half man, half
That's
amazing.
amazing.
He was that like even right now that still give me goose like that was crazy. Like some of the, but he didn't keep the edge. You know what I'm saying? He didn't keep the edge. So there's a window like Jordan. Jordan played basketball for 15 years. He was only really good for 6 of them. You know what I'm saying? So
I say,
he
I
has a
s-
greater peak than any other player, but he doesn't have a greater career. He has a greater peak,
yeah.
but not a greater career. You got LL Cool J, you got to mention. LL Cool J got like 39 platinum albums.
Listen, I think with Hove, like if you really listening, it is a very deep message when you actually listen to what he be saying. Like he sound Hotep to me when I hear the nigga rap. He sound
There's no,
5%.
wait, hold on. There's no choice for him not to because he didn't. That was the whole. That was his blueprint. You know what I'm saying? Like he just realized he had to dumb that thing down because yeah, he couldn't. That wasn't going to sell like he needed it to. And the only way he could not dumb it down is to do the poor righteous teacher thing, which would kept him in the street hustle. Like so. If I want to turn this music thing into a thing that will get me out of the street, then I have to talk the street thing on the music, or I'm gonna actually have to stay continuing to live the street thing. Like it's one or the other. So I can give up the street thing and fake it, you know what I'm saying? Or I can, like so I get it. You know what I'm saying?
Tanai said, "This is why you never meet your idols." He said, "King's Disease trilogy is insane. Nas had 2 primes." I do like the King's Disease trilogy.
I named lectures after the King's disease. Like after that came out, I did a whole series of lectures titled King's Disease. In fact, I was promoting the release of the King's Disease joint with a lecture. Like when it dropped, I did the King's Disease lecture. Like this is people know like so no, just I'm with you on that. I'm just saying like I think that yeah, I think that career wise, the length of Jay-Z's career, I think he stayed hotter and relevant longer than Nas. Where there's a point where Nas was the man, and there's a point where it's just a select, like an eclectic Nas audience. Like what Slick Rick is doing right now. Slick Rick album is fire, but it's only for a small select group. Like that's not gonna go mainstream. Nobody wants to hear them old break beats and house beats that Slick Rick rapping on. You know what I'm saying? But him and Idris Alba and some old heads, they own it. So for the small group that it targets, it works. Nas made $1 bazillion in the tech space, so that gave him the freedom to just make the music that he wants to listen to and his small eclectic group. He doesn't have to make music for money. He doesn't have to try to do this, so that's what I'm saying. Like
But
so
my thing is like people make Nas sound like this conscious rapper, right? And I was bumping Illmatic this weekend. That shit is not conscious. That is
well,
some.
hold on,
It
hold
was
on, hold
some
on, hold
real
on.
street shit going
Hold
on
on,
that
hold
album.
on, hold on. See, this is why I disagree with you. See, I
When the
disagree
last
with.
time you
See,
listened to
I
Illmatic?
disagree. Listen, Illmatic is in my playlist. Like,
When
yeah,
was the last time you listened to it? Because I listened to it this morning.
Illmatic's in my playlist. I hear them songs daily. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And that
bro.
wasn't no street shit.
Hold
That nigga
on,
was
hold
talking
on,
about skeeting up in bitches and shit.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
He was talking about
This
running
is
trains on hoes.
hold on, hold on. This is
It
why I
sound like Hove
disagree.
to me.
Hold on, hold on. But see, this is why I pick Hove, but not maybe. See, I can disagree with you and Tanai, even though you and Tanai is on opposite sides of the coin. I can disagree with both of y'all because, see, what I disagree with you is that, and I'm just gathering this from your statement, what you're saying right now. I don't think that because it's street, it's unconscious. That's why I remind folks all the time. I'm a guy with gold teeth in from 158th Street in the Bronx. So if street was unconscious, then there'd be no Dr. Inky. So the conscious comes from the street. Like that's literally where it's always
Right.
come from.
I agree with
You
that.
go back to Kemet, Imhotep is from the Kemetic version of the street. He's from the hood. He's from the poor poverty. He's not he wasn't from the royal lines of pharaohs.
But when people say conscious, they're saying it like super righteous, like do no wrong, better than you type,
Well,
holier
that's
than
why
thou.
that's why I'm always the guy that goes against the conscious folks as well. You see, I'm anti-chakra. It's a part of the anti-chakra movement. Is a
Same, right.
part is it's about all of those fake spiritual ideas that are anti-true spirituality. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not real. Jesus in the Bible didn't run around with rich folks. Like people people most people are just trying to be they're trying to create some illusion that allows them to compare themselves with rich folks because they're not rich. So they need that sort of, like I'm cool with, I'm very comfortable with me. You know what I'm saying? So No. What you go through is what gives you real true value. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you learn, you know what I'm saying, from the struggle, school of hard knocks. So that's the real origin of, you know what I'm saying? If we think about the people that impacted the world that we follow, whether it's Imhotep, Gandhi, the Jesus character, the Buddha character, like all of these people, you know, it was struggle that they learned from. And if we go to science, you know, the parents of electricity, right? If we go to electricity is the source of life, the source of electricity is friction. You know what I'm saying? So no matter what perspective we want to look at it, it holds up. You know what I'm saying? Which is another reason though why, like I said, when I look at Hove and Jay, you know, like I don't really, you know, Nas took a turn after them first few albums
What kind of
because,
turn?
well, he just changed his lyrics. You know what I'm saying? You know, money makes you more of who you are already on the inside. Like people say money change you, money doesn't change you. Money magnifies you. So, you know, when Jay came out, Jay's first music was extremely conscious and he didn't make no success with that. So he went to the street lyrics. You know, he got the jewels in there, but he you know, that's what the vehicle was. Nas came out, he was extremely street. And so he never did that, you know. So him experimenting took him to the conscious side. But he did that when he was satisfied with making money. So it was no longer about money. It was no longer about charting and making hits and
When do you
radio.
think that happened? What album do you think made that switch?
I'd say album three, you
What
know.
was album 3? Nostradamus?
Yeah. He started with the, you know,
Yeah, he.
I think when him and Lauren did that, If I Ruled the World, because that
If
hit
I
for him
Rule
in
the
a different
World
way.
is on, it
Right,
was
the second
written.
album. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that right there was the seed of him going in a totally different way.
Oh, okay. I see what you're
Because
saying.
if there's no If I Ruled the World, then there's no I know I can't be what I want.
I see what you're
Like
saying.
that created a like an avenue for him, and then that took him to the Lost Notebook pages and you know all the other, you know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah. I know I can. That song is trash.
Whereas
That song is
whereas
terrible,
on the
by the way.
original joint, you know, it's not that white star, you know what I'm saying? Like it's that, you know what I'm saying? Black girl lost, you know what I'm saying? Like it was that type of, you know, yeah.
I
My
know I
Mac
can't.
click. What he said? What he said? My Mac ran like a cheetah with thoughts of an assassin. Picked the Mac up. Told brothers back up. The Mac spit. Lead was hitting. Netches one ran. I made him backflip. Heard a few chicks scream. My arm shook. Couldn't look. Gave another squeeze. Heard the click. Now my stuck. Tried to cock it. It wouldn't shoot. Now I'm in danger. I finally pulled it back and saw 3 bullets caught up in
Been
the
in the
chamber.
chamber.
So now I'm headed to the building lobby, and it was full of
So
children. Probably
probably
couldn't see as high as
as
I
I
be.
be.
So what you saying? It's like the game ain't the same. Got younger players pulling the triggers, bringing fame to their name and claim some corners. Crews without guns or goners in broad daylight. Stick up kids, they run up on us. 4.5s and gauges, max and facts. Same cowards that catch it back to back. You know, like that was Nas. You know what I'm saying? Like so when people separate that part of Nas from the If I Rule the Worlds and the, you know, I left some jewels in his coat that he could sell if he chose. Words of wisdom from Nas, try to rise up above. Keep your eye out for Jake. Shorty rock one love. You know, you can't separate that. The knowledge come from the street.
I was playing that for my son today. One Love with Q-Tip. I was just playing that for my son today. He came in the house singing it. I felt so proud. I was like, yeah, that nigga singing One Love.
But here's the thing. Nas wrote Summertime for Will Smith.
Word
Summertime.
times. That's my shit. He wrote his verses?
That's not, yeah, whole thing.
No way.
Yeah, that's not.
Nas ain't write no damn summertime.
I'm almost 1,000% sure Nas wrote
Let
Summertime.
me ask the Google demons. Let me ask the Google demons. Says no, Nas did not write the lyrics. While there were rumors circulating in the '90s. See that? Yeah, that's that '90s lore.
I don't know. I'm gonna go with the '90s law over the Google demons.
The '90s lore. It say that's some '90s lore.
I'm gonna go with the '90s law over the Google demons.
You saying your time know better than the Google demons because you was
That's a
there.
fact. That's a fact. When it comes to hip hop history, I'm going to trust the neighborhood over the Google demons. Google demons were not even alive yet. So listen, that's like trusting my son over like 50-year-old, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're
Yeah.
like, nah. I was on Cedric in the projects with Kool Herc and the woo woo woo. He like, and then you got the 13-year-olds. No, hold on, Dad, because right here it says, like, oh, okay, I got you. Yeah. So you read about it right there. I'm telling you, I was there, like Parkside Plaza.
Can we
you know
play
what I'm
it?
saying?
Can we play it really fast? I want to hear these verses. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna play Will Smith "Summertime." I'm gonna play it and see if I can hear Nas in it. Cause
I think
somebody
you
said
probably
use
should.
your ear. Let me see. Let
Right.
me see.
Listen, you might want to pull it up and read it because
Nah, I want to hear it.
yeah, but if you play it, it's a rap for this video.
It says what? You said what? It's a rap. What?
The rap for the video is definitely
No. You ain't gotta worry about that. We good. Trust me.
Oh, okay. So definitely.
Let me
play
see.
it. Wait, no. If we can play it, because
I'm playing
everybody
it. I'm
likes
playing it
that
right.
song.
I'm playing it right now. Hold on. We gonna. That's not Will Smith's cadence. That's definitely oh shit. That shit sound like Nas.
Bro, come on, man.
Oh shit. I was always trying to figure out like why Will Smith sounds so smooth on that record. Cause he don't rap. That's not how Will Smith rap.
Yeah, Baby Rakim wrote that, man. That's back when they was calling Nas the Baby Rakim.
Right. Damn. That's crazy. Tanah said he definitely hear Rakim.
Yeah.
He said he could hear the
But
Nas
listen,
too.
the thing is, the ghostwriting thing is all over rap, but rap is taboo with ghostwriting. So people feel like, but I've been in the music business like just as a byproduct of my life and people, places, and things. So I know like everybody has had songs written for them, period. And everybody has written songs for other folks. So that's, you know, it's just taboo to be like, yo, somebody wrote your lyrics? What?
But the Google demons say he ain't writing.
The Google Demons say R. Kelly wrote every song too. And I know for a fact R. Kelly got ghostwriters.
Who writing for R. Kelly? Nah, ain't nobody goes writing for R. Kelly. R. Kelly the GOAT. That nigga write for everybody.
He do. But that don't mean he get songs. Yo, that's what I'm saying. We take that as a affront, like because somebody did it for you, you can't do it for yourself. It don't go like that. A lot of times what it is somebody got some fire and they're not in a position to deliver it. And they're not even in position to capitalize off it. So they will ask you, they will pay you to drop this joint. Like, please, bro, if you put this song out, this song gonna go to the moon. If I put this song out, probably like the neighborhood gonna be like, yo, that was crazy, son. Yo, that was crazy. You went in on that joint. That's gonna be the end of that. I might get, a little sneaker money maybe off that joint. You know what I'm saying? Like you could put this out on your name. I'll sign over all the rights and all that. Just, you know what I'm saying, put me together. You know what I'm saying? People done got house money quietly by signing away their rights. You know what I'm saying? Like some people, they want to be known as writers. So when they write a song for you, they want their name in the credits.
They want them credits. Them writer credits is serious.
But there's some people that's just like, yo, just pay me off. Put that bread together, pay me, have everything. You know what I'm saying? This is how Puffy winds up as a producer. And Dre didn't make every beat that Dre's name is on.
No, he definitely didn't. No.
Yeah. But that's how it goes because I'm Dre. So I can sell this beat that you made for $1 million. You can't give this away for $500. So if you give it to me, I'll go ahead and put that Dre on it, and I might tweak it a little bit. Boom, I'm gonna get us a milli for this, and I'm gonna give you 100,000. Like, oh, Dre ripping me off. How he get 100,000? He didn't even make that. Ho. You would have got $400 selling this joint yourself.
No,
I just gave you 100 bands. I just gave you 100 bands for this joint. And you still complaining, like, so that's how it go.
Yeah, and with writers can like write for people, so they'll like hear R. Kelly and like know his style and be able to write in his style. Like I've seen real good writers do that shit. Like I know your content, so you won't even know that R. Kelly didn't write it because people will study your music and be like,
And
oh,
R. Kelly's a chameleon. R. Kelly got so many different styles that you would just think he pulling up, he pulling that R. Kelly genius. Like you're like, oh yeah, this is, what are we talking about? Bumping, humping in the club, or I Believe I Can Fly. Like R. Kelly he can go into so many different pockets, you know what I'm saying? Including urinating on kids. Like, I mean, he can do, like he can go crazy with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so what we doing? You know what I'm saying?
So yes or no, are you buying tickets to this concert?
What concert?
Who was it, Chat? Hypothetical. Who was it? Oh, it was Ye, Diddy, R. Kelly on tour.
Together?
Yeah.
Ye, Diddy,
and R. Kelly
on tour.
The Freak Off tour.
Am I buying tickets?
Yeah.
Hell no.
I need front row seats, nigga. Fuck that.
Yeah, I'm definitely not buying tickets.
I'm not going VIP or backstage, but I definitely.
Nah, you don't know what could get shot on you in the front row. The fluids is crazy in that show right there. Nah, bro, I'm Gucci. The fluids.
All right, maybe upper mezzanine. Now that you brought it up.
Nah, it's too late. I told you in rare form tonight. It's over. You done already got some baby oil or some white stuff on you. It's already crazy. Yeah, it's already crazy.
Oh, not the front row.
Yeah, come on.
Damn.
Yeah, because now look, you got different. It's a whole different dynamic. People gonna be thinking about that concert in the wrong way. They thinking about what happened in the past. They don't even realize Diddy and R. Kelly is now jailbirds, and we know about what goes on with the men in prison. And Kanye done put out the song "Cousin," so we know what Kanye is capable of with men. You know what I'm saying? So you sitting in the front row with the wrong place. You might as well just voted for Kamala. That is one hell of a transaction on that stage there, buddy. That is a transaction concert there.
I think that concert gonna sell out, man.
It would definitely sell out. The concert would sell out with any one of them individually. Yes, the Diddy concert would sell out.
So you think Diddy, if Diddy gets off tomorrow and hit the road, you think he could get right back in there and sell out a show?
not right back in there because Diddy's not an artist, but I think Diddy can definitely get. I don't think Diddy is done for.
Wow.
What's the guy that's the Iron Man? Hold on. See, we got this
Robert
thing.
Downey
See, this,
Jr.
this is the racism thing that we got the double standard. Do y'all know what Robert Downey Jr. was doing before he was doing Iron Man? Like,
He
what are we
was
talking about?
heavy coke trials. Heavy coke trials.
Cocaine, crack, and
Whores.
all manner of sexual debauchery, and then went right into Marvel
Became
and
Iron
signed
Man.
autograph for kids. Like,
That
what are
shit
we
fucked
talking
me
about?
up. When they said Robert Downey Jr. was Iron Man, I was like, how? How?
Because this how it goes, bro. This how it goes. And ain't no evidence we seen on Diddy. And I think that folks understands that. That's why it's so many different videos and slander out there on Diddy to put charges on him that's gonna stick with him whether he gets out or not. We always gonna think of Diddy with in the R. Kelly batch. Like that's why people doing, oh, R. Kelly and Diddy on tour. Like they not the same. Diddy was doing things with grown up adults. Whatever they was doing, he was doing things with grown up adults. We have no videos of him urinating on kids and tour buses across the country with had sex with kids and all. Like we don't that ain't. But we just throwing them in the same. You know what I'm saying? Like and Kanye, he just confessed to. I don't know what's up with Kanye, bro. I don't know. Kanye want to go to jail for a sex crime. He trying to go to
He
jail.
trying to go.
Yeah, he ain't nobody paying him no more attention. Like, bro, we don't care. You raped a little kid when you was a little kid, and you did it for how many years? You was raping. Okay,
Like
well,
6 years or something like
when's the
that.
album dropping? All right, when's the album dropping? All right,
He
go
never
get.
did drop that album.
Yeah, he did. He dropped a few albums. Kanye's.
I'm talking
See,
about
he's in
after
that
the.
Nas space. No, listen, Kanye is in the Nas space. This is what. So you got to remember, hip hop is from the hood. It's people trying to use their talents to escape poverty. This whole thing with multimillionaires and billionaires still rapping, this is a relatively new phenomena. So
So what's
this
his
is what it looks
motivation?
like, bruh. This is what it just staying in the gym basically, just enjoying the music. He's a musician at this point, so like. But what I'm saying is the motivations that drives our artists, the motivations that created what we know of as the business don't exist for these guys. So Kanye gets off on making a bunch of music. My man records albums and just doesn't drop them, teases people on YouTube. I'm gonna drop it next week. I'm gonna drop it next. And then he'll drop the album for free on some old wild like I'm leaking the whole album tomorrow, and then leak the album, and then take it down, and then 1,000 people share. Like, yes. And then you're like, yo, that's crazy. That don't make no sense. It do if you don't need the money. Like I don't need the money. I don't need the charting. I got mad number ones and all like I all that I already did
Yeah,
all like
he done did everything. Yeah.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it's like now I'm just making the music, acting a fool and going crazy and trolling the whole planet. Yeah. Nah, 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 nah.
Tanai said, "I Inky losing me now. He putting the chakras in hip hop. Uh oh. What you
The
mean,
chakras,
Tanai?
ho. That may just be an ugly truth that you tonight have been denying with a lot of other people. The chakras have been in hip hop from the beginning. Party people. Yeah. It's gonna get funky. Yeah, look at Dr. Dre in those early outfits they was wearing on the West Coast. They had eyeliner. Come on now. We
Yo,
talking about
Dr. Dre.
Africa
What group was
Bambaataa.
that? What group was that
Listen,
Dr. Dre
listen, we
was
talking
in?
about Africa Bambaataa. Hold on, we talking about Africa Bambaataa. Like, come on
He
now.
got a freaky story.
It's a lot of listen, it's a whole lot of chakras was in listen, and a lot of them guys was with Dr. York. So come on now. Hey, listen. I'm from the Bronx. I can't cover up the other side of hip
Hold
hop.
on, I gotta find that.
Listen, the chakras have been in hip hop from the beginning.
What was the name of that group he was in? Y'all gotta see this picture of Dr. Dre. I think he had a shiny suit, not the world class wrecking crew. No.
Listen,
He had on a shiny suit with a jerry curl or some shit.
listen, it was a different world, you know what I'm saying? And you got to think, Andre Harrell and Clive Davis brung Puffy into the business. After a few years of faking it, they just came out and confessed that they was into, other things.
It was world class wrecking crew. My bad. There it is.
And then, now Puffy is going to have to confess that he is in a, bisect, he's into other things because that's coming out in the trial that, Cassie was rubbing the men's sperm on Puffy and he was getting excited with that. So, like, there's a lot of
Not
questions.
yo, look at this nigga in the album. Who is this nigga sitting on the couch like this? This is
Yeah, it's a lot of, come on.
this don't this is kind of wild.
Listen,
I remember the first time I seen this, I said, yo, this nigga Dre is tripping, yo.
no, listen, that's why I am such a 50 Cent fan. Like, I'm a 50 fan. 50 has some moments, but for the most part, 50 keeps the testosterone flowing in the hip hop culture.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's had some moments though. 50 has had some fashion moments where it was like, wait, what is that? But, for the most part, I mean, Griselda, homeboy with Griselda, didn't he have the skirt on? Like, come on, man. Come on now. We're not turning this into that kind of show. Listen, I love hip hop, no matter what my brothers had to do to get through some doors. You know what I'm saying? I look at it like that. See, I look at it different. You know what I'm saying? I look at it like brothers are pioneers and they may have had to do some things that maybe we wouldn't do to open up some doors that now, the brothers coming behind them, pun intended, won't have to do.
Hopefully.
Well, not if they don't want to, right? Because there's opportunities where you can just do your thing and be about the music. Whereas there's probably a time period where you got to go through Andre Harrell and Clive Davis, and we know how that goes.
Tonight I said Kundalini Records.
Just say Brown Chakra Records. You know what I'm
That's
saying? It is what it
nasty.
is.
That's nasty.
It is what it is.
Well, we waiting on the verdict tomorrow. Maybe we see something. Inky says if it's quick, he getting off.
No, 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 no. I don't think he gets off, but I think that because me and one of my brothers, shout out to Tech, but me and one of my brothers, we having this conversation back and forth since it started, and he's like, "No, Puffy's getting an L," and I'm like, "Nah, he's not getting life because all what they've presented to the world is not being presented in the trial." Very little of what was presented to the world is making it to trial. All these secret witnesses that said they was raped at 12 and they got pictures and video and Puffy was black. None of that exists in the trial. It's just Cassie whining and complaining, like, yeah, yeah, he forced me to just take all these penises and oh my God, I was so high and it was amazing. I mean, I didn't like it. Like, get your ass out of here, Cassie. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
think 5 to 10.
that's what I think. And that's what I've been on. I'm like, yeah, he's gonna get a little because he's not innocent. He's not an okay guy. He's I that's why I said I know, I've watched this up close and personal from the beginning, his whole trajectory. And Puff is not a good guy. You know what I'm saying? He tries to take care of his babies and he's got some good qualities to him, but Puffy's not a good guy. So he's got to go to jail. You know, he's got some stuff going on. He's got to go to jail. Like you're on video beating the hell out of that lady. I mean, you got to go to jail, champ. Yeah, you got to go to jail. I mean, come on. But what's happening is, I mean, he got a good bit of time served that people's not paying attention to. That matters. You know what I'm saying? Like that's time in the can. He's already got time in the can. So if they hit him with a 5, he might go right home on some probation. Like he'd already served two. Like he's.
Isn't it time and a half? Or is I think if you're in
It
county, isn't
depends.
it
It,
double?
it depends because he's in the Fed. So I'm not
Oh,
sure.
he's in the officially in the Fed, so it might be
Yeah,
1-1.
Feds don't. Yeah, the Fed. Well, it's close. You know what I'm saying? Good. Be. You know, it's other. It's a lot of stuff, bro. It's
Good
programmed
behavior,
and. Yeah, it's Puffy ain't never been to jail before, and like it's all kind of different,
no
you know,
priors,
like
first offense. Yeah,
it's all kind of stuff that can happen for you. You know what I'm saying? Like he ain't getting ready. I just don't see him doing. Even if they was to convict him tomorrow to 10,000 years, I just don't see him doing more than 5 or 10 years. I see him getting off on appeal because so many things has went wrong in the case already. His lawyers can argue mistrial. Like I don't see him doing no real time. Like it's too crazy. It's too crazy. The evidence too flimsy. The things that he's guilty of are not the main things he's being tried for. And so the people at home largely that's like, no, he's got to go to jail. Like, yeah, for like being a drug addict and a woman abuser. Sure. But RICO and international drug human trafficking, like, yo, y'all are wildin'. Are y'all crazy? Do you understand the entire music business is going under if that's the case? What superstar, forget about rap, what superstar is not on airplanes with sex? Like, what are we talking about?
yeah, that's common.
Right. I'm like, are y'all insane?
All of Hollywood.
All of the football, basketball, soccer, internet. What are y'all talking about? Yeah, Tiger Woods need to get 70 years in prison if that's the case. Like, what are we talking about, bro? That's literally what it means to be a superstar.
Yeah, yeah.
If you like, that's literally the thing that people are teaching their children to try to become the billionaire superstar. Literally, that lifestyle we've known forever since before I've been alive. That lifestyle has been sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Sex, drugs, and like that's what are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like we
Right.
make movies and we watch the superstar. They're having sex all day and like that's what are we talking about? Like that's what that is. So we're trying to convict him of being a superstar? Like is that what we're doing? Like there would be no rock and roll. Like all of them dudes, they got to go to jail for like Guns and Roses and what are we like what? Yeah. All of the heavy metal, like all of the like it just what are we talking? Will Chamberlain had sex with how many women?
100.
100,000?
It's up there. I think it's.
Nah, I think it's 22,000 women or something crazy like
Is
that.
that what it is?
Yeah, some wild like what are we talking? And he was competing with other NBA players. They was doing like 2, 3, 6 a day. Like they was come on, bro. What we talking about? Nah, we gotta relax, bro.
I
We
guess
just
100
gotta
is a little
clean
late.
up. Listen, we just
She
gotta
said
clean
Rolling
up.
Stones, Van Halen, Led
Come on now.
Zeppelin.
Come on now. That's what they're picking up groupies and taking them on the road. Like, what are we talking about?
Wilt said 20,000. God damn.
So now we're convicting stars of picking up groupies and taking them on the road?
Aerosmith.
Or are we convicting him because he was picking up groupies, taking them on the road, and then paying them? So if you have sex with them for 4 or 5 days and dump them off hungry and broke, you're good. If you put a few dollars in their pocket to make sure they could get back home and they got a few dollars, they need to pay their rent or something, send him to jail. Yeah, send him to jail. The one that's paying for his groupie's rent and all that, yeah, lock him up. Now the ones that just string them out on drugs and bang them and leave them high and dry, That's the good old. That's the tradition. Now that's how we've been doing them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. What are we talking about? Like we gotta really think. You know.
How dare you support these hoes?
Yeah. Come on. Now he's hiring them. Like, wait. What are you doing? I'm trying to have safe sex. I don't want to just have multiple groupies. I'm just trying to like have a little group of them, and then I just, I rotate in and out. I just got 3, 4 of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
That's
So I
crazy.
don't. It's how we look at it, bro.
Yeah. I
But
always say
I do think he's in that pocket. 5 to 15, 8 to 10. I think he right in there. I think he in there. I just think the life in prison is crazy, bro. I think he
nah,
that
I don't see
video.
that.
I think he got to go to jail for that hotel video.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I said if the jury comes to a conclusion quickly, that means he's guilty. And
No, but what I'm saying
hold
is
on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
If the jury comes to a conclusion quickly, he's guilty. And they did based upon the lesser charges, the ones that's going to get him 5 to 10. The one that's the RICO that's really going to hit him, they're taking mad long on, which means he's probably going to get off on the RICO. Which supports my theory that quick he guilty. All right, 2 to 5, 5 to 10 years. Those charges, he getting those. They probably gonna run concurrent.
I think because they're going both ways, pun intended. I think because they're going both ways, both of our points will actually be correct. Because they're going to take long on some, which they're going to go in, and then they're going to do short on. So
right,
way we're both right, and we're both saying the same thing. He's not going to jail for a long time.
He's not going to jail for life. He's going to do 5 to 10.
Yeah, and he's still like really, really, really rich and well connected. Like so, we
right. You got to factor that in too.
Yeah.
Some people saying he's gonna be home by the end of summer, so he might get 5 to 10. They give time served, probation.
People gotta understand. Even Martha Stewart went to prison. You know what I'm saying? Like so. It's not about are you going to prison. It's what kind of time are you doing at prison. You know what I'm saying? Like that's number one. What kind of time are you doing in prison? And then like post prison. You know what I'm saying? Like Martha Stewart came out and was a bigger star after she got out. Like it's like most people from the black community. We love when people come home from prison. Now, if you come home from school or college, then you ain't shit. Like we don't care nothing about you. You know what I'm saying? But if you come home from prison, oh my God, we celebrating. We're gonna take you out to dinner and put you on a pedestal. You know what I'm saying? You're a convicted felon. Yes.
You made it.
Man, don't come back from school like, oh, you ready to heal the community? And like,
go catch a case, little nigga.
Let me hold $5. So I don't think Puffy's gonna have any problems. I think he's good. I think they're trying their best to get R. Kelly back to good. You know what I'm saying? Like our society, we support the criminal. We support the bad guy. So we'll support these bad guys.
All right. Well, that wraps up this episode of KeMedicine. This is episode 11. 11 lands on your birthday week. You got the angel numbers.
Took a dark turn.
It did take a bit of a dark turn at the end here.
You was trying to.
That was this Tanah's fault. Tanah's the one that started this whole conversation.
No, but you was very mischievous all evening.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you was.
I was podding.
No, yeah, okay.
I was creating content.
Whatever you call. Go. What? That's what Whack 100 say. I was creating content. What? That has become a cuss word. That is a bad word right there.
Y'all niggas don't know nothing about this. You know, you teach, you don't make content.
That is a fact. I mean, I've been trying. I'm a student of the game. I'm learning, but
we clip farming over here. You know what I'm saying? We clip farming. This is a different game.
You also catching charges.
I mean, you know, sometimes you gotta take some risks. You know what I'm saying? You gotta
Hey,
take
I hear
calculated
you.
risks.
I hear you. But the whole 10%, you done went crazy. You said nigga is more powerful than nature. Like, woo,
That's a
that's
hard clip.
crazy
That's
right
a
there.
strong clip.
That's wild right there. That's crazy. I make it hot. Niggas won't even stand next to you. Like niggas that love you. Like we had the We Love HJ segment in the beginning of the show. Ain't nobody standing next to you on that one. You're gonna be like, yo, we together. They're gonna be like,
I
some
guarantee
cricket
you.
sounds.
I guarantee you. I guarantee it's gonna be a bunch of niggas next to me. Guarantee you.
No, nobody standing next to you with that.
Don't nobody want to say nature. Shit don't even roll off the tongue right.
That's crazy. You tried to make it sound bad too.
It don't even roll off the tongue right.
Nature. Nobody wants to say nature. You tried to make it sound like you tried to take away the strength from it.
Shout out to all my netchers. Shout out to my netchers.
Yeah.
Nah, it's nigga. Nigga.
That's because we like to celebrate the niggas coming home from prison. Like, so it's a part of that. You know what I'm saying? It's a part of that. It's okay. We working. See, I already had you accept Christ last show. You know what I'm saying? So I knew I was.
No, I do not accept Christ. I see.
Oh,
Now you
wow,
fucking
you
up
on
your.
fire this show.
You
I got
fucking
it on
up.
video. It's over.
No, you fucking up. You fucking up.
Nah.
You contradicting yourself. It's
Nah, you
not
accepted
Christ.
last
It's
video.
Karast. It's Karast.
No.
I accept Karast into my life. I don't accept
Okay,
Christ
that's
into
fine.
my life.
That's
Karast.
fine.
Say it right. Say it right, Netcha.
Well, listen.
Say it
here's how we
right.
do
It's
this.
Karast.
Hold on.
If
Hold
we
on.
go,
That's how
if we
gonna do
go
it.
celebrate Kemet,
Wait.
don't infect it with that Roman bullshit
Hold
about
on,
some
hold on,
Christ.
hold on,
It's
hold on.
Karast.
Hold on. That is an educated guess that you would like to make.
That's
But
what
when
you
we
said.
Go back. Hold on. Because we're talking about the QRST complex. We're talking about the electromagnetic wave in your heart. So there's no vowels in QRST. So if you need to pronounce it Kurast, that's fine.
Karist.
That's fine. But there's also no vowels in the ancient tongues either.
So where you get Christ from if it ain't no vowels? How you know which way it's supposed to go? If you ain't stick that I in there. Is it Karist?
Wait.
Is it
Hold on.
Karast? Is it
But
Christ? How
I
you know
just
if it
said
ain't no
works.
vowels?
Hold on. I just said it works either way for me.
Well, I don't accept Christ. It's either
Okay.
Karist or Karast.
Okay, that's fine. See, I keep saying it's okay, and you trying to be
No,
combative.
you said I accepted Christ into my life, and I do not.
Okay.
I accept Karast.
You should have seen your face when I asked you to say that word for the first time. Now pronounce that KRST. Read that out loud. That was a moment. I was like, look at that right there. You gotta wrestle with that.
We give thanks to the Heavenly Father. We give thanks to the. How the prayer go? I gotta play the prayer, yo. We playing the prayer when we leave here. I got that shit in my recent search. We give thanks to the aortic artery.
We give praise and thanks.
That's my shit.
The divine spark.
To the divine spark. He said, get Jehudi in here. What's your take on Jehudi? Jehudi Ma'at. Everybody's saying we got to connect y'all.
Connect us?
Yeah.
Jehudi Mara owed me a few dollars. And he's rich, so he can just send me a few dollars.
He said, connect us. That nigga owe me money.
Yeah, hood rules apply. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been doing this a long time. You know what I'm saying? I'm already connected with Jehudi. Nah, me and Jehudi, we got along good.
Okay.
Yeah, we went on tour. Urban Kryptonite. Yeah, I got to go back to the Urban Kryptonite days.
Okay, I remember that. Yeah. That was with you, Ben Carson, who else?
No, Ben Carson. That was me, Jehudi, and Dr. Africa primarily, and then Damien, who was the like the brain behind the film. My man Diallo Morgan, who was like the marketing behind the marketing genius behind, some of the aspects of the tour and, but it was a whole conscious collective, you know what I'm saying? It was a
Yeah.
conscious collective. But I was just the person that, I took it serious. So I was at every location. I was at every college, everywhere we did, I was there, except for when they went to Europe.
Because you don't go to the white man's land, right?
Mm. Oh, nah.
You gotta get these clips, man. You gotta get these clips. Yeah, Inky's trying to front like he wasn't on tour with Ben Carson and Young Pharaoh. He up here trying to front.
No. No, yeah, definitely. I was never on tour with Young
Doe
Pharaoh.
said he bought Urban Kryptonite from Black and Nobel over 10 years ago. Classic.
Yeah.
Classic. R.I.P. Dr. Africa.
In fact,
Word.
in fact, there is no young Pharaoh is probably in prison while we did that. Like them guys you talking about wasn't even around back then.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. He probably was in prison at that time.
Yeah, them guys wasn't even around back then.
Yeah, he wasn't a thing yet. During that time, what year was that?
That's what I'm saying. That's why, like I'm really a
What's
young
that, early
elder.
2000?
I'm really a young elder with this. Like, because a lot of these guys talking about Dr. Sabi, they started talking about Sabi after Sabi passed. They wasn't talking no certified health. They wasn't on that when Sabi was alive. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I
so
was.
you was. You know what I'm saying? But you're not considered a health teacher.
Nah, definitely not.
You considered an economic, historic, social media guru.
I'll take that.
That's how you, or at least in my house for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely
Because
my
whenever I
subject
learn
matter.
something, whenever I think I'm doing something on the internet, that's what my children. You learned that from Hotep Jesus, huh, Dad? That's how they violate me. You know what I'm saying? Anything I do good, he learned that from Hotep Jesus.
Ali Muhammad. Yeah, you up here. Y'all on IMDb. They got this one dated 2014. That's about right. Yeah, that's about right. Urban Kryptonite DVD. Yeah. Yeah, Ali, this is around the time Ali Shakur was born. Yeah. 2012, 2013. Yeah. This is when I lost my mind. This is when I ran out to Sonetta. It was like, yo, you got to get on the internet. You got to get on Twitter. The black liberals is coming.
Yo, I feel like you've been promoting Twitter in a certain type of way. Like you're supposed to get Elon supposed to recognize you. Like
I made my money off Twitter already. I was heavily invested. So when it went public, and then when it sold, I made my bag off Twitter.
wait, you was invested in Twitter?
Yeah, it was a public company. It's a publicly traded company. I DCA'd into it when it was around $14. I remember I my first purchase of Twitter stock, it was at $14. And then it went up to like 20, 24, 30, crashed to 14. I copped, I kept buying. And then Elon announced he was going to buy it. So Jack Dorsey sold. I think I want to say I sold my stock at $56.
Ooh.
$56. I wanted to go higher. It should have went higher, but
It's a pretty penny.
yeah. The year of Hotep. Yeah, Doe remembers. Yeah. So we was taking over Twitter. The reason why I tell people you got to get on Twitter is because everybody else is behind. Like Instagram gets the information stepped on. It's like it's just like the drug game. Like by the time it gets to Instagram and Facebook, niggas on Twitter got mad at it and don't want it no more. Like niggas is late to the information. The information breaks on Twitter. That's where you break information. That's where you break news. Is on Twitter. Everybody else gets the shit. Nobody runs to Facebook to break news. That's not what happens.
Facebook is for old folks.
Facebook is I call it the cemetery.
Yeah, Facebook's wrong with it.
Yeah.
Facebook came in after MySpace. So
Right.
Facebook is the OG. Facebook is the senior citizen.
So what happens is when you're on X, who you're dealing with is early adopters or close to early adopters. Now that Trump came around, you got a lot of laggards in there, but you got early adopters on X, people who are like on the pulse of things. So some people say Twitter isn't real life, and I say that's true because Twitter creates real life. So if you want to create life, you got to be on Twitter, aka X. That's where you create life at. That's why some people was like, yo, you know, Hotep Jesus, how you able to do what you able to do? I'm like, yo, that fucking Twitter app, you connect with early adopters. You connect with tastemakers. You connect with people that want to be on the pulse of things so your message travels further, faster. That's why you got to be on there, because the type of minds that are on there. And also it's not a brain dead app. Like you got to be able to read and write to be on Twitter, right? All the other apps is just pictures and videos. Twitter, like, is smart people there. So that's why you got to be on there. Yeah. They got you out of here, protocol. We gotta get that nigga account back. But yeah, so that's why I was like so stressed. Like, yo, like niggas got to get on this shit to really, if you want to get your message out there and in front of the right minds, you got to be on X.
That sounds crazy though, because X is a drug. You gotta be on
It sounds crazy. Yeah, you got to be on X. It sounds so terrible. That's why I still try to call it Twitter.
But me too. I'm like, I just can't, you know.
Yeah, it sounds crazy.
Gotta be on X as well.
It's something wrong with Elon for calling that shit X. I hate him for that. I hate Elon, period, but it's another story for another day.
Stop hating Elon.
Fuck that nigga. That nigga's the devil.
That's crazy.
He a demon.
I might buy that for $1.
Natty said it gives you a high. It does give you a high. I monitor my doses of X heavily. I do not consume a lot of X.
Yeah, you be confusing me sometime with those posts though.
What post?
When you post on Twitter. But some of them come directly onto my phone like a notification.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I be thinking it's a text message. Like, yo, I'm in the gym with my PR. I'm like, oh, okay. I go to text message, there's nothing there. I'm like, I swore I just seen. I'm like, oh, got it.
Yeah. I have a very my X persona is not me. Usually, the me posts on X get me in trouble. Like, people hate the real me on X, so I have to like water myself down and like, because people, I have to give people me in doses. Like, the real me is like a wild dude. Like, I got some out there takes. It'll say, like, when I tell niggas that, you know, like the other day I tweeted, I said, socialism is a capitalist movement designed to kill monarchy. And everybody lost their mind. And I'm like, see, that's why I can't come on here. Because I need a whole nother social network for even smarter people. You know?
I was about to say, that actually sounds pretty slick.
It's just historically true.
You just got to think about it for a second before you react. That's
Correct.
What you have to do with that.
That's what happens with most of my posts. Like, if you just react right away, you're going to be like, what the fuck? But if you stop and think about it, that's the type of post I post. Like, my real me, go sit down and sit with it for a second and think about it.
That right there is about a 2,500 word to maybe 5,000 word essay.
Absolutely.
Condensed right on down to about 5 or 6 knee-jerk reaction. Yeah, that's what that is.
Correct. And I can literally prove it too.
Yeah, that's why I said 2,500 to 5,000 words. You can put that right on together. Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah.
Here's how they did this, and this is what happened, and blah blah blah. And let's just look at where are they now. We go through the where are they now part, then it's, ta-da, this is how that went.
Yeah. Yeah. Cited and sourced easily. I got it in my head. I already got all the cited and sources.
Yeah, but people got it in their head because anybody that tries to like debunk that, all they got to do is just start the process of debunking it in order to like debunk themselves. Like the moment they start walking down, okay, yeah, because I can show you right here. It's over. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, as soon as you start to go through that process, you're going to realize, like, okay, let me leave Hotep do this.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing over here. So that's what I told folks sometimes about me. Like, you got to be careful. That's all. You just got to be careful. Just think like it's me. So just relax. Don't react quick. Just take your time, because you might be getting you trying to get me. Like don't try to get me, because you might wind up getting you. Like yeah,
You gonna get yourself.
yeah, you can get got. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get somebody, you might get got. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's
Yeah.
one of the phrases. You just gotta socialism, capitalism.
And that's one of my other tricks is I set traps so people end up getting themselves. That's the devious part of me, is where I say shit knowing that if you try to refute me, you gonna end up trapped up in some bullshit. So that I'm kind of
Really
like,
open up the market after that. Like,
yeah,
not just kill the monarchy, it's now promote capitalism. This is how we plant the seeds. This is the fertilizer. So y'all looking at the war that becomes capitalism, but you're not looking at the seeds that ferment the war.
yeah,
That's how this goes.
yeah,
The unsatisfied, let's get the broke, the downtrodden, let's get and look, it's your government's fault. What? 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 We need Burger King and McDonald's. What the? Yeah. Yeah. We will kill for our right to have Budweiser six packs of Newports. What?
you know what I'm saying? They say Medicare for all. Oh, so we supporting the big
Beastie
pharma
Boys
now.
album 1. You got to fight for your right to party. That's it.
Yeah, it's sick out here, yo. The socialists are literally a proxy for big pharma.
Yeah, we're going to get these people to fight for their right to kill themselves. and it works every time.
Every time.
Right up until they're dying, and then they blame. Yeah, but they. No, it was you.
You asked for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nasty out
With
here.
DMX, you got what you came for. Surgery with the chainsaw.
What's DMX best verse? Somebody asked me that yesterday.
DMX best verse?
Yeah. Does he have one? I feel like he doesn't have one. I feel like everything he's done has been so consistent. You can't really like pinpoint one.
I'm gonna say DMX. I'm gonna agree with you, because DMX is
He's a
DMX is an
vibe.
emotional. He's an emotional rapper.
Yeah.
So it's not so much as the lyrics. So like if you put his lyrics on paper next to somebody like Nas or Big Pun, like it's not that many people out here whose lyrics could, like Big Pun. Whew, he ain't even got that many albums, but it's people out here that are lyricists that it's hard, Coogee rap still, like it's guys who's lyrically like you can't, like they did a lot with words, but then there's other people that was poets. So they touched your heart. You know what I'm saying? Like Tupac wasn't like Biggie, like lyrically, but Biggie couldn't really do what Tupac could do because Tupac knew how to touch people. You know what I'm saying? So Biggie had the lyrics, Tupac had the, like so it's like you gotta get them their space to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Biggie was technical. Pac was
Yeah.
emotional.
Biggie was buck shots out the sunroof, Alexis coupes, leave no witnesses. What you think this is? Like he was just creating cadences like crazy, like just going crazy. Like he's not even talking about nothing, but he's doing he's doing a saxophone with his lyrics. Ain't no amateurs here. I damage and tear. MCs fear me. They too near not to hear me clearly. I'm the triple beam dream. 1,000 grams of uncut to the gut. It seems the way I touched up your grill trying to play gorilla when you ain't no killer. The gats by your liver, your upper lips quiver. You're ready to die. Tell God I said hi and throw down some ice for the nicest MC. Like he ain't even talking about nothing. He just playing with words.
He just playing with words.
Where Tupac would talk about his moms and the way that I see no changes. Like he'd go somewhere with the, like you'd be crying halfway through this. Like it's just different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got Pac over Big though.
Me too.
Yeah, I got Pac over Big.
Because that's more important to me. See,
Right.
you tell people who you are when you make these picks because some of these picks is like drink champs. It's like this one or that one. So I like that drink champs game where you get to ask people like, and then they be like, well, what's the criteria? No criteria. Your criteria. This game is more about you than it is about your pick. You know what I'm saying? Like, why you pick Pac over Big? Like, who you taking? You don't even got to explain your pick sometime. It just, okay, you got Pac. Okay, so we know what's more important, the message. You know what I'm saying? You got Big, then, the Coogee sweaters and the look and the lyrics and the flow and the superficial things. And I like them all. So I can respect whatever your choice is. You know what I'm saying? But I just have my preferences.
Yeah. Yeah. I was always a Pac kid. When I was a kid, Pac was the shit to me. I thought I was Tupac in ninth grade. I used to come to school
Pac
dressed
was
like
at that
Tupac.
Howard homecoming that I said that I was at when Biggie was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Howard
got to
Homecomings with my man Capone. Yeah. He was
and
there.
Pac was there, and I got to see, like, I was a Pac fan for life after that. Even before the world even knew who Pac really was.
What
Like,
you saw him perform?
I saw him move around, and just the way he moved around, I was like,
What do you
oh,
mean by that? Moved around? Like
okay.
like
So,
networking?
so I give you the example. When we was out there, right? I was, I don't know, maybe 12, 13 or something like that. And I had my little cousin with me. He was even younger, like 2 years younger than me. But we out. We was in the street early. So we out. And plus my older brother, and so we out there. So we at the front of the line at the club, right? And we look back and it's commotion going on in the back. Now, mind you, the line for this club is probably about 3,000 people online. It goes all the way down the block and then around the corner. We at the front door because we supposed to get in, but they not letting us in. You know what I'm saying? So we got to stand outside and wait for my brother and them to go in, whatever. So we hear this commotion, and literally, bro, it was the craziest sight. Even to today, it was one of the craziest sights I'd ever seen in my life. It looked like a cartoon. Men were flying from out of the line into the street. And it was like a wave at the stadium. You know how you see the wave at the stadium? But only this wave was actual men flying off the line into the street. And as the wave gets closer and closer, you start to hear thug life, thug life. It's Tupac coming. It's Tupac coming. And he get all the way up to the front, and it's this little guy. You know what I'm saying? It's Tupac. You know what I'm saying? Now he had some muscle with him. You
So
know what I'm
you
saying?
saying that it was the magnetism?
Yeah, it was the energy. It was way different. Because this is when Busta Rhymes is still with leaders of the new school. Like this is still the it's just another case of that OPT. It's that era. But Pac the energy was just way different. He was serious. Like he was just serious. You know what I'm saying? Like serious. Like like dead ass. Like he was the only rapper ever that was like dead ass, like that. Like that phrase describes Tupac. Even the stuff he went through, like you know what I'm saying, like. Think about it. He had a shootout with police with somebody else's business. He jumped into somebody else's business. Folks ain't shooting out with police to save their own life. he was just like dead ass, bro. Like
Just a serious person.
not serious because he was kind of fake at the same time, an actor. He just was like, it's the dichotomy. You know what I'm saying? Like he just like he played that role like perfectly. Like
So he
he
was playing a role.
I believe so. I believe so. I believe so. You know.
So what
From my
makes him dead ass?
because he was so serious with it. Like everybody, you know, like people have a limit. Everybody has a limit. You know what I'm saying? Like
He
he
was
didn't have a
convinced.
limit.
Could you? So what you're saying is like you create this
It got him
persona.
killed. Listen, it got him killed.
So he was so lost in the character.
I wouldn't say lost. I would just say it got him killed. You know what
He
I'm saying? He
became
played
it.
the role. He played the role to, you know, think about it. Why would Tupac be leading an attack on the Crips? What are you doing? You're not a blood for real. Like, what are you doing? You're not a West Coast blood for real, bro. Like, what are you doing? You just signed to the label, bro. Like, what are you doing? Yeah. Even some like bloods, like OG, like they was like, oh, do you know who that is? That's a like Bloods and Crips from the West Coast, they respect each other, especially the ones that really get down. Like they know your resume. So they like, nah. That's leave that. Let him talk his shit and walk off. Like, you know, don't Tupac was like, what? Nah. We riding out right now. And, you know, it didn't work out for him in every instance. In some instances, it made him legendary.
Damn, that's a
Some
good point.
instances, it cost him his life.
Shit.
It's the same thing we watch on the internet right now. Some guys be dead ass. Look, it's plenty of people that we see. I mean, and when I say plenty, obviously, because we're talking about loss of life. So, you know, two is too many.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But we're seeing it now. We're seeing podcasters getting killed over social media beef, trolling on live streams. Like we're seeing people, like we're watching podcasters begin trolling each other and they escalate till people get hands put on them, shot, killed, stabbed, jumped. We watch young rappers or pretend rappers or, you know, burgeoning rappers get killed for jury on live stream. Like we watching like the internet is wild. Live stream is crazy. We're watching a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? Like and Tupac brung that in. He brung that energy in, like die for the moment. Like he brung that in. You know, he's part of the reason I have a book called Live Fast, Die Dumb. Yeah. Because that's a part of the culture. And he's one of the, you know, he's one of the people that ushered that in. Like he became a legend by not thinking.
Mm.
And he's known for being a thinker. That's the irony. Like with him, is just a series of dichotomies and conundrums and opposites to keep you intrigued. You know what I'm saying? But he's a rapper known for deep songs and thinking that died from not thinking and making impulsive decisions. You know what I'm saying? So that's part of what makes him great, though,
Crazy. Mm.
because because that's the thing about like icons. Icons are willing to do something that you're not willing to do. And that's what makes them great in that whatever that thing is. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how Kobe was great. Kobe was like super average trash, except for being like a little tall. Like amongst regular folks, he's tall, but not amongst NBA players. Kobe was like 6'5". That's not special. He had small hands. He couldn't jump that high. Kobe had no special talent from God. Period. The only special talent he had was Kobe was practicing 5 and 6 times a day. Period. He go practice, wake up, go practice, come back
Wake up
home,
at
eat,
4
sleep.
a.m.
That's it. Wake up at 4, he's already practicing. Going to sleep at 6:30 so he could do it again at 8:30. Going to sleep at 11:30 in the afternoon so he could do it again at 2:30. Like he was insane. And that's that insanity you gotta have to be great. You know what I'm saying? Like it's at something, you know what I'm saying? Like you gotta go into an insane space. Van Gogh is famous because he cut his ear off. You know what I'm saying? Like it's yeah, you gotta go in the.
Best I could do is talk because talk is killing me, as you said earlier. The best I could do, best I could do is talk on this microphone and give y'all my life. That's the best I could do. I ain't chopping no motherfucking ears off. Okay, and I ain't fighting no motherfucking Bloods and Crips. Fuck that, nigga. I'm trying to live, nigga. I got
You'd be
kids.
surprised. The Bloods and Crips is a lot smaller than the enemies you making.
Oh shit, here we go.
Think about it. Think about what you're talking about. Yeah, think about what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like
I got great allies. I just want to say I got
somebody,
great allies.
somebody fighting a group of gang members in their neighborhood is nowhere near the same as fighting against diabetes. Like
Damn.
no matter what ops you got, they're not catching more bodies than heart disease.
Mm.
They don't have a higher body count and diet, and they definitely not getting more money in the streets than the big pharma. Like it's what your ops look like. You know what I'm saying? That's what Nips meant. Nipsey Hussle meant.
What your
When
ops look like?
yeah, what your ops look like.
Yeah, I know I got crazy ops, niggas. Yeah, you're right. You know, yeah. Chad
Yeah.
knows.
The
Chad
more
knows I got.
hearts, the
Yeah,
more hearts you touch, the more people you touch, the larger the ops.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You right. You right.
And there's
Well,
nothing, and listen, there's nothing more powerful than the word.
there's nothing more powerful than the word.
Yeah. The word created the world.
That's true. In the beginning, it was the word, and the word was with God,
And the word was God.
and the word was God.
Think about that. And the word became flesh.
Mm.
So when you say just talk, like, hold on, man, you trolling. You just on fire tonight. You didn't say niggas better than Metro, and you over this. I'm out of here, people.
I will see you next week for KeMedicine. I'll holla at you.
Tonight, man, we gotta get him some J albums, man. We gotta get him in some of them early. We gotta get Tanai on Reasonable Doubt, man. Tanai need to sit down and compare that first Nas album to the first J, to that Reasonable Doubt. He need to have a come to Jesus moment with that music.
We gonna make that happen. I'm about to play the Inky prayer before we get out of here.
Yeah, come on. Everybody get that blessing. Let's go.
All right, yo, next week. Where this shit at? Y'all know this shit? Y'all know the
Inky
Inky?
prayer number 2. We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our cells into perpetual motion.
This nigga got a beat for his prayer.
We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for the ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferries and turned them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turned them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave.
I do my planks to this shit. I got like 2 minutes of planks, so I never really make it past this part. But I do like 2 minute 15 planks. Tomorrow I got to do 2 minutes and 20. So like this is, yeah.
Reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light and our breath, and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the fine olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the Jed pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave, reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter closes. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and our caves. Amen.
Yo, I'm back tomorrow, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Eastern. I'm back tomorrow. I will see y'all then. I'm out of here.
Yeah, in the IB, where the post they lie. Electron spin, got a rhythm to survive.